Hi everyone. I did say that I would do a live stream if everyone did their part, and they did. So we'll wait a little bit for the stream to get started. Hi everyone, welcome. Greetings. We'll give a little bit of time for everyone to get in here, and then we'll start the stream in just a moment. That's right, Darvis. I promised everyone at the end of last stream that I would stream Sunday if they supported the last one, and they did. So I'm here. What's the stream for again? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yes, Luna, I'm going to be playing a lot of music tonight. What's this music that's being played called right now? This is a piece that I composed. It doesn't really have a name. It's the credits. It's music for the video game Scrap Mechanic that I composed in 2018 or something like that. So it's from a video game that I did the music for. But this is a scratch version. Not a lot of exposure to stream related stuff. Well, it's great to have you here. Hi everyone. We'll wait a little bit longer. Thank you, I really appreciate that, Sam John. Much appreciated. Whoa, next stream already? Yeah, well, at the end of last stream, I basically said to everyone that I would stream. And so here I am. Any plans for tonight's stream? Yeah, I'm going to maybe play some music. I'll probably just chit chat a little bit. I really kind of want to play some video games or do some show and tell, or maybe sing, you know, tonight's definitely going to be a more musical energy than the last stream that we did, which was a lot more like educational and stuff like that. So it'll be fun. This stream probably won't be recorded. It might be, but this one's a little more casual. Let's see. Do you think that singing lessons would help me control my voice? Yes, of course. Anything you do vocally with the mindset of growth and so forth will be beneficial for your voice. Okay, cool. I think I'll go ahead and start our stream now. Hello, can you see me? I'm here. I hope everyone's doing well tonight. Let me also move my chat over so it's like easier to see and stuff like that. I think I'll probably get started tonight with some piano. I feel like playing piano. So let me thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. So what I'm going to try and do is get a different angle. I'm going to try and get a different angle for the piano. Like, maybe something like... Oh, there's like a lot of hair there. Don't judge me for that. That's kind of gross, huh? It's from moving. Is there like a way I can like get that? It's sort of short. Let me put it on a little platform so it's taller. This will work, I think. Hope there's some juicy drama tonight. You already know it. The craziest shit. You would not believe what happened. Actually, you guys want some drama before I go into piano? Do we want some drama? I've got some drama. It's not really drama, but I've got something I got something I contribute to the domains of drama. Okay, I'm gonna like try to like play like a little sideways. Oh, that didn't work, did it? That like blocked everything. Let me get my chat back up here. Wait, that just moved on its own. Did everybody see that? I don't want it to move on its own. Oh, it's moving on its own. Okay, so I need to know. Yeah, you're right. I totally do, Darvis. I need to know how the audio quality is, because right now it's kind of set up sketchy where to hear myself, I have to play it out my speakers, but then I also have the actual input going direct in. So I sort of need to know how that is. If it's like, if there's too much coming from the microphone versus, aw, thank you. Audio is solid, good levels. Hell yeah, okay. Wait, someone said your keyboard's peaking hard. That's all good. You don't hear any clipping? Sounds like it's coming from the mic, not direct. No, it should be coming. Here, let me try this instead. Hold on. Let me get this right for y'all, so it's the best listening experience. How about now? Up though, I haven't played. It's pretty darn clear. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna move my microphone a little bit so I can communicate with everyone a little easier. I'll put it this way. I have not warmed up tonight, so you'll have to give me a moment to get it going. I basically taught today. Ooh, wait. Let's not make this in the way too much. I basically taught today, and then that's pretty much it. Just worked. Okay. So we should have some nice stuff. Let me move this controller. Get this out of the way. I've kind of been enjoying this kind of shit lately. Vocals up? Okay. Okay. Let me get that again. No, I definitely appreciate input, Alyssa. Just because I can't really hear You know what I mean? Like, I don't have the same input. Oh, now it's too loud. Okay, hold on a second. I don't have the same input that you, or the same output that you all have. So, you know, I'm kind of flying blind in terms of mix. Vocals are actually peaking. Okay. Your vibrato is so pretty. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I've spent a long time practicing it in different ways. Okay, let me know if this is better now. Anyone know this song? It's or I guess maybe it'd be like. Day, can I get a hug? Oh, Anna. Everyone give a hug out to Anna right now. Of course you can have a hug. And also, singing instructor moment. Do you have a Twitch channel or do you only stream on YouTube? I've really only streamed on, well, I do have a Twitch channel. I don't really stream on it very often. Yeah. But when I actually start streaming more, I will probably dual stream to both Twitch and well, I guess I can move the comments this way, huh? Because I don't need to see any of that. That's easy. Makes the audio quality worse. I need to hear it better. I can't really hear it that much, which is okay. Did you miss the incredible drama? No. Do you all want some drama? Do you guys want a drama? I have a little bit of drama. Are we wanting some drama? Yes, I moved again, Anna. Yeah. Okay, the drama is I almost got canceled on Twitter today. I made a playful remark that was perceived as not so playful, and I got canceled. But it was okay. What did I say? I'm moving into the witness protection program. The meme was cute and accurate. I know it was. Okay, so here's what I said, all right? Basically, I was making like a comment that was basically saying like, if you have been transitioning and you haven't hit like 4 years yet, you're still technically like a beginner. You're still like a baby trans, you know? And I always view this as more of an uplifting thing rather than a downlifting thing, because I view it like a lot of people when they first transition, in the first 2 years, things are so crazy. It almost like consumes their life and they have to reorient their whole world and everything. And after like a couple years, like it sort of changes, right? It's not like the like pressing thing so much in many cases. And so, you know, I think there's a big level of like maturity difference about the information of transition depending on the time. But I got canceled because I basically decided to mimetically use time on HRT as like the line points or whatever, you know, just like, cause I was like tweeting in bed, and then people were like, oh my god, this is like gatekeeping and transmedicalist and it excludes people who aren't on hormones. It's like, look, individuals in that situation, they can choose whatever metric point they want to measure off of forward, you know. It's not like it has to be just HRT. It was just like, that's what I said, right? And so it didn't I'm not sure why people got so offended about that either. It really does not make any sense to me. I mean, I can understand maybe certain interpretations or readings of it, like kind of like basically saying like, oh, you need HRT to be trans, but everyone knows I don't view that way, or I don't really think of it that way. So I don't know. It just seemed like people had no clue what was going on, who just saw my thing and wanted to complain about it. So that was interesting. I didn't even mention HRT in the post. I think I did. But, you know, but it's kind of like one of those things. It's like, it's not even like, you know, about HRT. It's just one of those things where my personal view is on it, like, if you do medically transition, which you don't have to, you know, but if you do medically transition, there's a distinct window of time for about 3 to 4 years where neurologically, neurochemically, and psychologically, you are like changing rapidly and readapting. Like, for instance, if I go off estrogen and I have testosterone, my emotions flatten out. I start to feel way more aggressive, way more angry. I feel more frustration, and I feel more explosive. When I go back on estrogen, it's like all of a sudden my emotional depth and complexity increases, and I genuinely feel that. And so like a lot of transition for me and what I observe in other people early on is learning how to rebuild behavioral strategies that deal with the fact you have a different hormone environment now and a different emotional thing. So I see a lot of people earlier in their transition sort of figuring out how to regulate their emotions and figure out how to regulate what's going on internally, right? And it takes time for that. You know, it's like someone said in chat, it's basically puberty, and that's just a fact. And so like to recognize that reality, like that's not like transmedicalism. That's not saying taking HRT is better than not, you know, it's not making a value judgment about the two. It's simply saying that when you start taking HRT, there's like a 3 to 4 year window where like you're figuring shit out, you know, and so that's pretty much what it was about. I just wrote it real quick, and people kind of pogged off, you know what I'm saying? Emotions are all over the place still 2 years in. Yeah, exactly. Early HRT was like rebooting my brain from Mac to PC. Yeah, I agree with that. I wish I had this knowledge, because when I started it was quite a shock. I agree with that. Me too. And that's one of the things, like you know, I think it's important to be able to have open conversations about the medical reality of like body modification in this way. And the issue is that when people have conversations about body modification like this, they instantly jump the line to, is this person valid or is that person valid? Like I said it before on the last live stream, I don't give a shit about that. Like, I don't care. Like, you're in the wrong part of the argument if you're even having that discussion. For me, it's about body autonomy. You should be able to do what you want with your body. It's not whether my opinion on someone's validity, that just is worthless. That has nothing to do with anything, you know? Because I, at a fundamental level, believe and value that every person should be able to radically alter their body however they want. And so, like, so it's ridiculous to even be called, like, a trans medicalist in that sense, because, like, I thought the whole point of the trans medicalist thing is, like, a value judgment. You look great. Have a good night. Yep. I thought the whole point of the like trans medicalist thing is like a value judgment, right? Like you're punching down saying, oh, you're not the valid one, right? It's creating a hierarchy inside the space. And it's kind of like, I can't even do that in my framework because I just fundamentally don't even get to that conversation because I so firmly believe in radical body autonomy. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. So I just don't get it. It's just dumb. Whatever. Mystery roommate. No, it's one of my friends. She's in LA right now, and she needed to swing by my house to get ready here, so she's going out to some film party or something like that. So Twitter is going through a phase right now. Yeah, body autonomy. Anyone else from Brazil? Oh my god, I don't have roommates. No, I don't. You look great. Hope you're having... Thank you so much. Off topic, but damn, that hollow body's sexy. I'll probably play it for y'all later. Well, I don't participate in trans Twitter, right? I am a trans person who also posts on Twitter. And my audience are trans people. So I end up into trans Twitter by virtue of just being a trans person sharing thoughts on Twitter, you know? I would never willingly go into trans Twitter, I guess, you know? It just kind of found me, which I'm happy for. But, you know, it is what it is. A little more brass. I love that. So yeah, you need to play Seabat. What's that? What's Seabat? Someone said play some Bossa Nova. Sure. Oh, I have to remember, hold on. Wait. I gotta remember that. Oh, but he tells you he loves you. Well, I have to remember it. Hold up. I'll play some Ipanema for you all. Hold on a second. Yeah, hold on, let's see here. I may take some requests at some point tonight too, although this one is not technically a request, but I sort of want to play it. I haven't played it in a while. I think it's under, I think I'm about coming up on it. There we go. Alright, let's see here. It's been forever since I played this, so I'll go slow at first. I always gotta go slow at first. Okay, and then we've got this little One of the best bridges ever. Oh, but he tells her he loves her. Oh, ba-da-da-da-da, ooh, I love that. Okay, and then I think it's like. I love that bridge though. That was nice. You love this? Thank you. It's trippy seeing the piano mirrored. I want to, by the way, what is it? Yes, that bridge is killer. Agreed. What a gnarly little bridge that is. Let's see here. Love that, Joe Beam. And then, let's see here. Someone said, love the stream. Gotta go. Can't sleep. Take care. Can you try to play A, B? I don't have microtonality on this keyboard right now. It's just a 12-tone keyboard. So I can't play up Ds. I can't play up F sharps and stuff like that. I don't have ups and downs right now. Blue Bossa, that's a classic one. How about this? Let's see here. Blue Bossa backing track. Hold on a second. Let's see here. If I can even get it. Okay, Blue Bossa backing track. I could probably do some Blue Bossa here. Maybe at this tempo. Let's see. Let's see how this feels. Ooh, why doesn't that go through my headphones? Okay, okay. That's like A flat 7. You know, that's my least favorite change in jazz right there. This like 12th bar or whatever of Blue Bossa, where it just goes to that the A flat minor 7 and the A flat 7. I hate how jazzers did this in the old days. Like, I hate how they just injected these 2-5-1s to like this, like, you know what I mean? You all know what I'm talking about, right? I just always, it feels like I've never really heard someone like play that and make it sound good unless they're like killer and they're substituting everything. But to actually play that progression like that, it sounds like shit. Wait, what? How do I close this? Okay. I just realized the camera's backwards. It just has so much feeling. I agree with that. I wanted to ask you, I learned a lot from you. 11 months is a short time, but I'm almost to the point that I can get the ball rolling on, oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Kind of dragon, that's really awesome. And then I forget I'm listening to a stream, not a piano CD. That's right, I'm playing live. What was the process of feminizing your singing voice? I actually made a video on it. I have like a 15-year singing timeline on my YouTube channel, so you can actually see all about that. Zia, do you like cats or dogs more? I think I'm more of a cat person, but dogs are really growing on me. Yes, I've listened to Thievery Corporation, Sawed Out, or whatever. I used to drive around and listen to Thievery Corporation with one of my best friends in college. Is the camera image backwards? Guess so. Give us some motherfucking Alfie. All right. We got a request here. Clover wants Alfie. If you don't know Alfie, you should know Alfie. It's a great tune. It's one of the great tunes. It's a here we go. It's a Burt Bacharach tune. I really love Burt Bacharach personally. I think he wrote some really beautiful things. It's a Hal David wrote the text for it and everything like that. And then let's see here. Can you do some? Yeah, probably. Let's see here. Okay, so I'll do a little bit of Alfie. Do you tune your guitar microtonally? You can't really, that one back there, no. Technically, kind of, yeah. But then I actually have a microtonal fretboard. I have a, I have a Justin Snated 12 EDO hybrid fret guitar. Okay, so here we go. Alfie. This should start maybe like. I need to do it up an octave. Okay, Alfie. I love that song. It's so nice. Ooh, E6 there. I kind of like that. I haven't played that there. Yeah, it's a really beautiful tune. There's just one part of the bridge that's gorgeous. It sounds like this. Yeah, okay, my bad. And then right here, this is so beautiful. Wait, how's it go? Okay, I'm gonna lurk for a bit. Let's see. Yeah, I like that tune a lot, though. I'm not too good at practice. I don't play tunes too often, really. I just mostly vibe. If it wasn't flip long, Ash, I got the keys to be higher. You're so talented. I'm eating pumpkin cheesecake as I watch. It's great to. It's always nice to hear you play. Thank you. Yeah, I kind of want to sing. I've kind of been enjoying singing against this thing lately, in particular. Let's see. Can y'all hear this? Oh, wait, where'd it go? Oh. a mix on that, by the way. That's fun. Ooh, okay. I heard the distortion. The distortion was sick, right? It was like, I don't know how I was doing it, but it was gnarly. I'm glad it was recorded though. I sort of fell into that state and I was like, you know what? This is kind of fire. Yeah, I can do a whistle sometime. Let's see. Probably not right now. Wait. Sometimes I can. If I'm swollen, usually. Yeah, true. You ever heard Layla Hathaway do vocal splitting? Yeah, it's pretty sick. I like it. It sounds great. Layla Hathaway is a fantastic vocalist. Please no. It's still too quiet for me. I can't really like get lost in it because it just sounds too quiet on my end. When I was playing that, there was something else. Oh. I feel like every time I play on stream, I actually suck at playing. Whenever I play on stream, I'm not very good. Ooh. Okay, let's see here. I know you taught. Yes, I've taught people music theory, music composition. I taught music theory for almost 10 years before I ever started teaching voice. Maybe not. No, about 7 years, maybe 8 years. So yeah, I taught music theory, music composition. My degree is in music theory and composition. Zia, what's your take on 432? Tuning is all relative. So you tuning it at 432 hertz isn't going to make some like physical difference to the world around you. That said though, due to the way that like harmony works, obviously changing the reference pitch of something while keeping everything else the same is going to change the timbre because the structures are going to sit against your ear differently. So no, 432 is like nonsense. There's a bunch of other crazy shit that's real about tuning that's like profound, but when it comes to the other stuff, no. Is the mirroring driving you guys crazy? I can probably unmirror it. Do you have a Bandcamp? Yeah, I do. How old were you when you started HRT? I was 23. I was 23 when I started HRT. Let's see here. Yeah, here's my Bandcamp. I have a music YouTube. So, music YouTube is a thing. I've got one. Ziana Eros. I'll post that too. If you want to follow my music YouTube, I'm getting close to 10K with that, which is really pretty crazy. What about people with perfect pitch? What about them? People with perfect pitch don't have like perfect pitch as a general phenomenon. They have basically formed like strong identities for all of the basic chromas that exist in the system they're exposed to. So people with perfect pitch don't have like better like ears in terms of like tuning and stuff like that. People with perfect pitch have a direct, concrete phonetic memory of certain chromas relative to 12 EDO. So if someone has perfect pitch in 12 EDO, it's not like their perfect pitchness gives them some advantage in like a microtonal system, for example, right? Basically, they had just phonemically acquired 12 EDO to their ear, which is kind of not that. I think it's cool, but I don't have it. What's Bandcamp? It's like a music platform. You were 23 when you started HRT. I'm 22 and I'm thinking maybe I'm too old to start. Where does this I'm too old to start thing come from? I literally worked with people who like transition when they're like 40, you know, like even older, 50, 60, 70. I worked with people who like transition when they're like 70. Although some of those people usually, it's like, they're like, they've transitioned sooner and now they're 70 or whatever. But yeah, it really seems like you like the Lyra 8. You have 2 of them, assuming you still do. What do you like about them so much? Yeah, I've got a Lyra right there. And then the other one's in its box over there. Still have to unbox it and everything. The Lyra is one of my favorite instruments ever. And one of the main reasons I have 2 is because when people come over and I want to play the Lyra, it's incredible to have 2. Because then they can play as well, right? You're not like turning knobs on the same instrument. That's not the only reason. I also got it because let's say I find a patch that I really like on one Lyra and I don't want to like turn it off or like, you know, change the knobs, or I kind of want that preset. I can leave it there for a while until I have time to record with it, and then I can just go and play with the other one if I just want to like tinker around. Do you like Grimes? Yeah, I'm kind of indifferent. I haven't really listened to a lot of her music. She seems cool though, in terms of like her like trajectory, you know, since like the mid 2000s or 2010s or whatever. Perfect pitch is somewhat impossible for humans though, like drawing a perfect circle. Well, when people say perfect pitch, what they mean is absolute pitch, which means the ability to identify by ear note names. Basically recall the phonetic identity of, or the phonetic tag you have for note names. There's a lot of other forms of hearing. There's relative hearing, absolute hearing, yeah. I started a year ago, super baby, only 4 months. Do you know why people lose the ability for 12 EDO pitch recall? I don't. It's probably some neurological degradation or something like that, I'd assume. Let's see here. Being told for HRT is not a real thing. Yeah, pretty much. I agree with that. Once again, for me, it's about radical body autonomy. So you do whatever you want with your body. Hey, I'm 22, starting HRT. I'm pilling in, nothing too late. Would you know the earliest time is? Wait, what? 22 and starting. Oh, yeah, absolutely, agreed. Where did it come? Oh, all my transistors. Well, I think it didn't necessarily come from a brainworm's facility like that. I think it's just a common fear that sublimates from people who are dysphoric, right? Because it's like, you like look at people who transition and you're like, wow, like if only I would have, you know, had that path and done what they did, right? That's pretty natural, I think. And I think it's important to center your experience back on your story and to live only relative to your own life, if that makes sense. You better... It looks like there's a face in the left of the door. Don't you say that. That's literally terrifying. There isn't, I don't think. That is horrifying, Octoshark. Why would you say that? You are so smart, man. Thanks. Let's see. Started dreaming. Wait. Oh my god, that's scary. Do you like FK Twigs? Sure. Yeah. Medium. Yeah. Have you listened to Patricia Taxon? Haven't listened to her. Someone else recommended me some of her stuff. Who's your favorite trans singer? I don't know a lot of trans singers. I don't really like seek like artists out for being trans. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that's kind of something I hope people, well, I take that back. Like, I'm grateful if people find my artwork and my music because I'm trans and they're like looking for trans artists. But I'm like an artist who is trans, right? I'm not like a trans artist. I mean, I am, of course. I'm a trans artist, duh. But like, you know what I mean? When I think about my relationship and my identity and my art, it's not really about being trans. It's just about being me, and I'm a trans person. So, I mean, we talked about some people last time, you know, Kim Petras, Aisha Erotica, singer-wise. I just don't really know a lot of trans singers. Dahlia Knowles is pretty cool. You just check out some of her stuff. She does like experimental, like post-rock, ambient post-rock stuff. I think she's from Texas. But these are like people who are trans that I know who make music, and then like, you know, or, you know, it's not like I found them because they were trans, if that makes sense. I almost feel like, yeah, so let's see. Do you like FK toys? Yes, I do. It does kind of look that way. It's scary. Don't you say that. It's spooky. Okay. You see the face too? Okay. Did you do anything for Halloween? I went and saw Alice Glass last night, and then tomorrow night, I have some plans. It should be fun, but it's like a reflection. Kim Petras trans queen. Let's go. Cheers, our HIT. Finally, you're happy? I'm really glad to hear that. That's amazing. You're the artist first, trans second. Yeah, exactly. Being trans is part of me as a person. And I think that's one of the things, like I was talking about beginner, like early trans people or like baby trans people, right? On that tweet I got like canceled for or partially canceled for this morning. What I was really trying to say by that is like, there's so much stuff that's happening in the beginning of the process that it's like, you almost like, you kind of rediscover yourself after your transition like cools down a little bit, right? Like I feel like when I first came out, it was like, boom, straight up, everything I'm doing is about my transition. Everything I'm doing is trying to get closer to my goals so that I can, you know, whatever. And then like, as you get closer to that, then you end up with more time back where you can start to think about your life again in a more like, you know, comprehensive way and think about what your needs are and what you love and what you want to do and who you are as a person, not necessarily like allowing your dysphoria to define like the actions of your identity anymore, you know? And I think that that's kind of the big like maturity difference in a lot of like people in their, as they go through their transition. And so that's kind of the post I made earlier, but I just accidentally used HRT time days as like a metric, and that was apparently problematic. Yeah, Alice Glass is sick. It was a great concert. If you haven't said you were trans, I wouldn't have figured it out. Yeah, I don't tell people I'm trans. There's no point. Even after here's the real reality. Even after I tell people I'm trans, they often don't believe me. Like I'll get like, let's say I mention an Uber driver, they'll be like, nuh-uh, show me your, genitals, or they'll like say all this like crazy stuff. Or like one night I was in a club with a girl I was dating, and we went out and we were having a good time, we were dancing and stuff, and then these like guys like came over and like thought we were just like friends and tried to like pick us up, and I was like, hey, like, I'm like, I told them pretty openly, I'm like, I'm trans, not interested in you, she's my date, get out of here. And they like didn't believe me. And then later that night when we left, they like harassed us and like kind of like followed us down the block and was like demanding me to like show them. Like, I get that a lot. So like, for instance, on Omegle, that online chat roulette or whatever, like on Omegle, if I go on there, when I tell people I'm trans, they just don't believe me. If I try to like lower my voice and stuff like that, they still don't believe me. If I try to show them like my Adam's apple, they don't believe me. So at this point, it doesn't really even make sense to like tell people I'm trans unless they're like gonna believe me or they like have like some like trust in me in the first place. Just because it's kind of like, yeah, it's just kind of pointless. It doesn't really add anything to the conversation. That said, though, if I'm out in public and I come across someone who seems maybe like closed-minded or like, maybe makes a remark about like LGBT people, I will usually like kind of get closer to them, and then I'll tell them I'm trans so they can have that experience of being like, wow, I thought you were really, cool and really pretty and like whatever, and you're chill and I like your vibe, and then suddenly I'm a bigot, but I actually think you're cool, and it kind of causes them to like reassess their values and priorities. So I like being able to do that. I out myself a lot to people in public when like they're accosting me or something, or they seem like maybe like a meathead a little bit, and it kind of feels like they should know that like people exist in that balance. You know what I mean? Yeah, Uber. I literally had an Uber last night, Hurley, the Lobster. I was going from the Globe Theater to the Fonda Theater last night, and this guy was weird. This Uber driver was so weird about it. Like, I just casually mentioned it too, and like it wasn't something, it came up naturally in the conversation because like, like I mentioned I was going to meet like a date there or whatever, and then they were like, oh, what's he like? I was like, well, it's like she, and then they got us on that, and then they were like, oh yeah, I've got a gay son, a gay daughter. They were a parent who obviously is a little overwhelmed by the fact that like out of like 3 kids, like 3 of them are gay or whatever, and they seemed a little disheveled by that, and so I kind of wanted to like, I don't know, so I outed myself, and they got really weird about it after that, but they were cool. They like left, and they were like, I really appreciate it, like you've given me a lot to think about, like I didn't, so it's cool. But I like to do that kind of stuff. I view that as like trans advocacy, you know what I mean? Like, you don't just do trans advocacy by fucking doing retweets on the internet. You know, you like live your life and you like exist and you try to make the world a better place, like with your presence. And that's part of trans advocacy, is being a trans person and doing amazing things, or helping people, or making your community better, or if you know, in different ways. And by your community, I don't mean like your local community, maybe like if you're in a transphobic area, but like your community of people that care about you and you care about, you know. That's how you do trans advocacy, in my opinion, and other stuff too. Of course, we appreciate all the political things as well, but it's not the tweet shit. I like that post mentioned how we have like a literal second puberty, and it implies, yeah, exactly, right. And that's, I totally get it too. Is that Sashomaru from Inuyasha? Better to die standing than to live kneeling. Hell yeah, Lyra, you already know. There's that one meme that someone clipped from my channel or some shit, right? Where it was like, where I was talking about like, you know, standing my ground or whatever. Your vision on trans advocacy is beautiful. You inspire me a lot. Thank you. Let's see. Like, and that's the thing, is like, we have tremendous systemic barriers that trans people face. And there's like so much more for us to go. But I also feel like people don't necessarily step back and like really appreciate the growth that we've had in the community. You know, literally 10 years ago, you didn't even know about trans people unless you specifically like searched for it, or like you went onto your, you know what I mean? Even like 12 years ago. And then it's like so much has changed in that time, and it just feels like a lot of the people in the community are like expecting it to go even further. And I do think it should go further. Obviously, I want there to be like that radical body autonomy that I was talking about. But at the same time, it's like, you can only like change culture and change the world like so fast, unless, you know, you literally do like violent revolution, which is a different tech tree, so to speak, you know? I'm gonna order food too. I'm super hungry. That really resonates with me, and I'll try to live by that. Trans advocates, yeah. People don't really know about trans people other than it's something that exists. Yeah, exactly. It took me 10 years from saying my name out loud to finishing my surgeries. Congratulations, Hannah. That's a big journey. I feel it. In my transition, I found that transphobia isn't ingrained. It's taught and inherited. I agree with you completely. That's the thing, is like most people, that's why I don't like this like Twitter ontological thing of like transphobia. Anyone who has something that can be interpreted as transphobic is evil, you know, like, and not to be like a Destiny, like, I think Destiny's kind of cringe in many ways, but like, I know like Destiny's community, the DDGers are like the ones who like brought up this like ontological frame to like, you know, trans, like intercommunal trans fighting or whatever, right? So not to like go on that, but I definitely feel like we can't view anyone with like ignorance as like bad, you know what I mean? Like, and it's yeah, I don't know, I don't get it. Like today, for example, when I got canceled, like I literally spend the vast majority of my time trying to help the community in this way that I do, like making content, like teaching people. I literally spend hours of my week every week teaching people how to like move further through their transition, and not just for like paid stuff. I reply constantly to DMs. I'm constantly swarmed by them as well, but like I'm constantly trying to help people in the community in different ways. And like my network is like the trans network. I'm deeply connected across it. And like, so for someone to just like interpret that post and be like, you're transphobic, you're like a bad person, it's like, what are you even talking about? Like, you're gonna take a reading off of a tweet and use that to extrapolate my like values as a human being, which is like fucking crazy. So, you know, and that's intersectionality is based. I agree. Although there tends to be this like, has anyone noticed that sometimes like sometimes it says now would be a good time to insert advertisements. Ooh, okay. I didn't know I could do advertisements. Can I try advertisements? I've never done one before. Can I press the button? I want to press the button. It just told me, yes, intersectionality is great. I don't like how sometimes like when we like police people's like views and stuff, it almost seems a little bit like we stop intersectionality or whatever, you know? It's a weird thing. Like, I don't know. Intersectionality seems to vanish in some cases. YouTube Premium. Sorry, I'm U-blocking. Yeah, turn your ad block on. I'm about to run it. You make that bread. I don't even know what it'll do. I just pressed the button, Are you all with me? Can you still see me? Cool. Thanks for letting me make money. That's dope. What the heck? What did it do? What did it do? Nothing? It didn't do anything? Hey, it works. Some people got ads, some people didn't. Hey, someone here, hey, Aim, someone here asked, 18-year-old trans girl here, how do you manage to look so amazing? Okay, I'll do my best for you. So, let me say this, because this is one of those things where you have to prerequisite literally every, like, view that you espouse, otherwise you're gonna be called, like, crazy or something like that. Okay, so, let me explain to all the people in the community who want to understand how to beauty max, if we'll call it that, okay? So here's the deal. First off, time and effort. Great, Lonely. I agree with that. Before I ever got on HRT, for like a year before I got on HRT, I was already working on makeup. I was already working on fashion. I was already working on that stuff. And yes, Lyra, I'll get to that in a second. So one, a lot of practice and skills. Even if you don't have a lot of resources, you can still like work with what you have and understand how to like use clothes to accentuate your body, use clothes to maximize like what you're looking for. Obviously you should learn how to style yourself. That's very important, because the reality is cis women have years, often, obviously. See, once again, I hate how I have to clarify everything. It should be obvious that there are obviously exceptions to that. But anyways, on average, you know, cis women spend like 10 years of their life before they're an adult, like kind of experimenting on the periphery of like beauty and fashion and style, right? So if you're like a trans person and you're coming into this, you're literally like trying to like work, you know, you're trying to basically learn that skill. It's a skill. Dressing yourself is a skill in a way that's like appropriate for what style you're looking for, what culture you're, etc., right? It's a skill. So learn how to do your makeup, learn how to style yourself. You should get started on skincare today. The sooner you get started on skincare, the better. Those will help you look a lot better. Also, HRT, obviously, that will help you look a lot better. Laser hair removal, that will help you look a lot better. Okay, those are all very important things. Now, those are things that are fairly accessible to most people. Skincare, within reason. Obviously, you know, some people aren't gonna have like crazy skincare routines or whatever, but skincare, practicing your style, practicing your fashion, learning your makeup early on, because you're gonna look ridiculous early on with makeup, right? And even if you're not, think about it this way. A lot of people are like, well, I'm not really girly. I don't want to like do makeup. And I agree with that. If you don't want to have the like super dolly look, don't go for it. But you should still probably learn makeup, just because it's going to be a forward skill, right? It's a skill that you can dabble with early on in the process. And like, even if you don't think you're going to want it now, like later on, maybe you will, right? And there's like, exactly. Cis girls and teenagers also have a cringy era where nothing looks good on them and it's trial and error. Trans girls tend to not have that. That's also, by the way, part of what I was talking about before with the baby trans thing, right? There's that hormonal phase where you're adapting and developing and building strategies around your new like chemical system. But then there's also what you're talking about, this trial and error phase where it's like, oh shit, that doesn't look good on me. And then next week you're like, oh, there's the look, you know? So there's those things. Now, stepping up to another level, okay? Surgery. Surgery is very powerful. Yeah, it's very powerful. There's surgery that exists for basically everything. There's surgery to change our brow bone, which is a big feature in the way that we perceive gender of faces. HCK MMT, I'm about 5'6", 5'7". I think I grew. I'm like 5'7" now. I feel like taller than what I was in the past. It's kind of interesting. I'm kind of playing into it a little bit. Yeah, I mean, there's surgery for everything. You can basically like do anything. Change your forehead. Your brow bone is a big factor of how people perceive your facial gender. Lips are obviously important. You know, I mean, there's surgery for everything. So that's a big thing. And then Botox is important. That's part of skincare. So yeah, I mean, in terms of looking and like maintaining like a level like that, like it's kind of expensive, having regular Botox, you know, getting your hair done or whatever, regularly enough to where it's like, I don't get my nails done or anything like that though. So like, I'm not like that, like over the top with my maintenance. I sometimes get my nails done, maybe like once every now and then, but honestly, I hate it because I feel like I can never take them off properly. Like I tried to like take this one off and it's like screwed up my nail bed and stuff like that. What does Botox do? Never heard of it for trans people. Botox is preventative skincare. It paralyzes the muscles in your face, which make it so they don't crease, which makes it so the wrinkles don't really form. You don't look like you have Botox. Some people look a bit stretched. Well, that's the thing is like Botox doesn't like change the way your face like looks. It's not filler. Some people confuse Botox for like filler. Botox simply makes things not be able to move, and you can get a little bit and you still have all the animation in your face. It's just not as extreme. So like it stops it. Like Botox is not a collagen string, I don't think. Botox is a nerve agent. It's a paralysis agent. It paralyzes the muscles, which prevents them from being able to fire, which weakens them, and then it makes it so it makes it so your face doesn't crease. So like my forehead is really smooth, right? I'm 30, so my forehead would not be that smooth if I didn't have Botox. And it's like a little bit at a time, right? So over like 5 years, think about it this way. If you Botox over 5 years of using Botox, if you're preventing your creasing happening 30% on your forehead, you're basically delaying your wrinkles like that long. It's not uncomfortable. You can't feel it at all. Is Botox that necessary? In my opinion, it is. Yeah. Personally, yeah. I have to have my Botox. Only because I want to look the way I look when I'm 40 or 45, right? And so with that, with that in mind, a little bit of Botox really helps. Yeah. Let's see here. So yeah, between makeup, skincare, sleeping well, dieting well, learning how to style yourself, learning how to do fashion, learning makeup, potentially having surgery. Those are like the options for like increasing your aesthetic beauty from an external perspective, at least, you know. Obviously, once again, here's where I have to clarify: everyone's beautiful, you know. Of course, if you're uncomfortable with the way you look and you want to modify your looks, do it. Once again, it comes back to radical body autonomy. So yeah, let's see here. Do you plan on getting SRS if it's not too personal? It's a little too personal for now. I'll probably answer that question at some point. I've answered it before, I think. Maybe not right now though. Can we clip this for a segment? Yeah, you can clip whatever you want. That'd be great. So you come with LA with a diamond and true and say you want to. Ooh, yeah. That's it. Culture makes beauty standards. Culture make people. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's like I just hate how we always have to like add like 7 modifying clarifiers to something so that like I can defend myself from the left flank. Not left like leftism, but like, you know, the flank criticism. It's like, oh, you forgot to clarify this. How dare you call people ugly? It's like, well, that's not what I said. Also having good taste. Yeah, I mean, that's a big part. Well, once again, taste is a skill, right? Like, taste is not like a thing that's innate. It's like you get better at it. Radical self-care. Do you think facial surgery would be more important for someone who's tall? I mean, do you really all want my opinion on facial? I don't think you want my opinion on facial surgery. Yeah. You probably don't want my opinion on facial surgery. Let's see. Did you have a lip upliftment? Yeah, I did. Thank you for the tips. Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Equiloa. I'm glad you like the hair. I like it too. Can a shave hurt your voice prospect? Yeah, actually, there's a video on the channel about that, and I previously went over some information about that. Yeah, there's definitely a risk. It's not a tiny risk either. Maybe let's say 15 to 25% risk that you can end up with a vocal issue. What's your preferred airport? I think my favorite airport is... I kind of fuck with Charleston Airport. Kinda. I had the Wendler laser kind. Yeah, that's cool. We actually talked about different vocal surgeries once on our channel. She has an entire video on it. Yeah, you should watch it. Yeah. How dare you not over clarify literally everything? How did you know I was? Yeah, exactly, Twumby. It's like literally. You want my opinion? You want the chaos? You want the opinion? You want the opinion? You taught me everything I know about FFS. Okay, here's my deal. All right. I want to clarify. I don't believe this about other people. Okay, it's only about me. I personally believe that there was no way that I would have ever like been able to look how I needed to in order to be mentally well, if not for facial surgery. And I think that facial surgery is one of the most, I actually think facial surgery is the most powerful tool next to voice modification that we have. Like even a simple forehead type 3 osteotomy, like, will completely change how people perceive you. It's unbelievable how powerful it is. And, I think it's a problematic thing to talk about just because, like, there's a lot of people who don't have access to FFS and are far away from accessing it. And talking about it in this way can make them feel, like, worse about it. And I think that those are the people in our community that we need to protect. But I think that, like, we cannot overestimate and overstate how insanely powerful FFS is. Like, FFS is so fucking profound in the way that it influences your life and the way that it influences how people see you. But I don't want to make people FOMO, and that's why I don't like want to talk about it like that. It's wow. I mean, FFS was life changing for me. Voice is the number one most powerful thing though, and you can do that at any point in time, right? You can get started on your voice anytime. So you don't have to doom and gloom if you don't have FFS in your prospects soon. That's for sure. Let's see here. Ooh. Nice, okay. I understand. Yeah, okay, I think I'm gonna order food. Ooh. Yeah, like mixed links. Have you seen my forehead? Or did you see my forehead before FFS? Who did your FFS? Kyojampa. Perfect time to plug. Okay, so I'm going to wait, maybe I shouldn't show that on stream. Voice isn't as important in person. I disagree with that. I actually really disagree with that. I think voice is almost more important in person almost. Well, looks are important too, yeah. But my thing is, even when my looks weren't there, my voice was, and it still carried me through everything. The thing with voice is that it has this weird switch in people's brains where when you hit them with a voice that sounds like that, like the way that you're presenting, it like changes someone's mind about, like, it's really profound. Like, it just switches. It's so crazy to me. Yeah, exactly. Like what Lyra said. Like, here's the thing. When I'm teaching students and so here's an important point. Another thing I have to clarify so I don't get canceled, right? When I'm teaching students, my brain literally changes the way I'm looking at them when their voice changes. And it's not like I'm judging them. Oh, it's not like that at all. It's like there's something I can't really control, that when a voice switches to like genuinely sounding like female to my ears, like the way they look changes. It's really weird. It's a really weird experience. And I notice this happen to people in like the world too, when I'm, as I've navigated the world with my voice. It's like, it's crazy how you see like this. It is very visceral. Exactly, Jess. It's like if I'm talking, it's like if I'm talking right now and like I bring some, and I bring something in like that, right? Like it almost looks like the sound I'm making isn't coming from me. You know what I mean? I can't really do like a crazy masculine thing right now because I'm like super warmed up or whatever because I taught earlier today and stuff. But like, like if I like talk like this, like it doesn't really look like it's coming from me. You know what I mean? It doesn't really look like it's coming from it, right? And then like you'll notice like if I'm talking like this and then I like modify my voice like this, I look different. I look different even to myself. It's like weird, it does something in my brain. So that's really important stuff. Is the attitude of the voice yet? It sounds so important in the movies yet. Hearing people talk, I'm so sorry about that, April. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to talk about it. Like, I can honestly relate to that, like, big time. That was the whole reason I, like, started TransVoice. That's, like, the whole, like, not the whole reason, but, like, there's a big reason, like, it was super far off for me, and it ended up working out. So, if you perceive it as being far off, don't forfeit that it's that far off, right? Like, you never know what can happen between now and a year from now, or now and 2 years from now, and now 3 years from now. We just don't know. So there's all sorts of opportunities where something might pop up for you, and it can allow you to bypass that. And so I think it's important not to harbor pain about potential future outcomes that haven't happened yet. But no, I really understand. It was the most painful thing in the world for me, like waiting for FFS and just like every day, you know? So, yeah, I think the reaction is the conflicting information. Yeah, totally. That's a mental disconnect. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. Though I love doing the hard switches like that with my voice. It's great. We already perceive you as so hard, so it's hard to switch and flip it back. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Hi, I'm new to this. MTF, where should I start? In what way? There's a lot of places you can start. Take care, Scap. Thanks so much. Let's talk soon. Seems like you're just doing a funny southern accent. That's right, I was. Yeah. I changed my voice in public the other day to a cashier that was hitting on me, and I saw the blood drain out of their face. Yo, pop off. It's crazy. CC says, I agree that voice makes a huge difference. I was able to convince the credit card companies over the bank that they messed up my gender in their system. Yeah, exactly. It's so powerful. Wazy, haven't you heard my switch? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's a good one for sure. The deep voice still sounds like a female coming because that's how I see you. Yeah. A lot of people will say that. I agree. Yeah, when you switch the deeper voice, you still sound like a woman. It's hard to beat. I can't get out of it. Well, voice training, I don't really know that much. Yeah, there's actually some videos on our channel that are for total beginners. So I would recommend starting there if you're wanting to begin voice training. Or you're welcome to hang out with us a little bit longer and ask questions about other voice or trans related stuff. Ooh. I think your low voice was around. Good job. I love pianos. Thank you. Much appreciated. Let's see. Sing something for us. I sang earlier. I'll sing again when the energy builds, right? Sometimes I just get the urge to sing, you know? It just has to come out organically. What's your vocal range like after you've trained it? Pretty poggers. It's wide. I can hit usually like an E6, E6. I can whistle a little higher than that in terms of whistle stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think too much about my range that much. I think more about texture points throughout my range, right? I think less about like the range itself and more about the connection and movement through the range and what qualities there are and what energy there is throughout the range. It's less about how many notes I've got and more about how can I make those notes sound. And I think that's a really important point that people tend to overlook when they're thinking about range. take you to church. Yeah. That's fun. That's interesting chord. Okay, I can unflip the piano. I got you. I've heard so many comments now about the damn piano flip. Let me fix it for you. I'm joking. Let me fix it for you really quick. Hold up. Wait. Okay, 1 second. I'll come back in just a second and then I won't be flipped. How about that? How about that? I won't be flipped. Okay. How about that? Yeah. Now, I go higher to go higher. You can all hear that yet? We're good? We're good now? Flippy flipped, right? We're good? Are we all happy? Are we all happy now? I think I look better from the other angle. I think that's why I had it. Does anyone agree I looked hotter? The face in the window looks worse? That's even scarier. I think I looked hotter backwards. Do you agree with that? I think I agree with that. I think I looked hotter in the mirror. I think I'm prettier in the mirror. They look the same to me. I'm just teasing. That's an interesting question, though. Ooh, what's this sound? Appreciate that. Our first super chat. Thanks so much for the night. I appreciate that so much. Soundscape Queen. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I find I'm working on the 8 way. I find what the lighter sound feels like, and then I read aloud with it to practice. But it's hard to keep it consistent. To get further, I need to do it more often. Yeah, doing it more often will be helpful, but also maybe getting more comfortable with it, being more dynamic with it, trying to move your voice around a little bit more, trying to shake your voice up as you're practicing it. Try to make it less of a repetitive task and more of a creative and dynamic task that you can play with, right? Like definitely, that sounds like what you're doing is good. We talked last time in our stream about task complexity levels, where you're doing an exercise and then you're trying to talk a little bit with the exercise, and then also just trying to talk and apply those techniques that you've been developing in your practice. That would be like a logical next level to help you. So for example, maybe instead of trying to set your voice and then talk with it, maybe try to start by talking default and then move your voice lighter and higher as you're talking. Right, so like let's say you're starting from this position, you can simply try to bring your voice a little bit higher, a little bit lighter. Sorry, I've changed. Okay. So like if you're here and you are gonna try and go like a little bit higher, like a little bit lighter, like this would be like really fine to do, right? So it's like I'm talking and modifying my voice at the same time, as opposed to just like trying to modify my voice in advance and then hold it like that while I talk. Does that make sense, Natalie? I think that was the question. Yeah. Does that make sense, Natalie? So it sounds like you're doing some really good stuff already, and you'll want to try to make that more dynamic, so you can like modify it more, or you can actually dynamically do it during your speech, and that should allow you to have more applicability and like utilization out of like vocal exercises. Also, it's that time of the day, everyone. I'm gonna need everyone right now. Stop it. If you are watching the stream, I need you to tune in right now. I have an important announcement. It's this time. I can't believe we almost we're an hour and a half in the stream. It's time for a really important announcement, folks. Okay. I already see people are doing it. This is the time of the stream where you click that like button. Yep. You see that little like button on the bottom of the video? Yep. You click it. You just click it just once or 3 times. You can click it any odd number of times. You're not allowed to click it an even number of times though. Okay. Only an odd number of times. And I just need everyone to do it. Because there's that's right. Only half of you like this damn stream. What are you doing? Beautiful. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you for the love, as always. Ba-da! Ba-ba! Ba-da-doo-way-ah-ba! Ba-da-da-da-ba! Ba-da-da-da. Hell yeah! Woo! Clickbait again? Do you not believe what's happening right now? You won't believe what happens. I should keep focusing on vocal weight exploration until I can get to that dynamic control before I add any other exercises. No, not really. Think about the voice in a more like open way, where anything you're doing that's playing with your voice in an interactive way, and you're really like considering like your vocal quality, is going to help you. So don't think of it like you have to go off a checklist and be like, okay, I've got the vocal weight perfect, I've got this thing perfect. Like, if you want to play around with your voice and you want to start to explore, like, just trying to make it sound more feminine or playing with different things, like, you should definitely be doing that. If you feel inspired to play with your voice a certain way, you shouldn't stop yourself from playing with it that way just because you think that there's something that would be better for you to do, right? One of the primary goals is to make you more engaged with your voice and more comfortable playing with your voice. And so in that case, like, sure, maybe you make it more comfortable for you to like play with the vocal weight explorations and you do those techniques. I would also recommend, so once you get more comfortable with that, you feel a little bit better with that, then maybe you like play with other stuff, but you can already start to like, explore that dynamism and that expansivity without necessarily having it like perfect, and that's part of it, is like stumbling to play with the quality as the thing's happening, right? That's a very normal part of it. Thank you so much, April. I really appreciate that. That's so awesome. You won't believe what happens. Yeah, you won't believe what happens with the camera flipping around. True. Let's see here. That's funny. I like that. I want to sing. Yeah, I like singing too. Hi, Zest Owner. Clickbait. Just kidding. Yeah, just clickbaiting a little bit tonight. Although I promised everyone I'd stream today. Okay, be honest, chat. Thank you, Zest Owner. I appreciate it. Okay, be honest, chat. How many of you didn't think I was going to stream tonight? Be honest, chat. Because I said last Sunday, I was like, if you go and do that, I'll go stream, right? Oh, and Big Twomby. Ooh, Hizzy. From like the 3 square centimeters I can see your keyboard. Is that a Nord 6? No, it's a Nord 3. I don't think they have a Nord 6, do they? This is a Nord Stage 3. I love this keyboard. This is the best keyboard I've ever touched, really. When it comes to like piano, keyboard, like kind of stuff, it's incredible. It's amazing. It's amazing. You lost faith? The dolls are dolling. You are so right about that, to be honest with you. Ooh, that's a pretty little line. Ooh, that's pretty. Thank you so much, Lyra. I really, really, oh my god, I appreciate that. 1337, the best number ever, pretty much. Next to 69. And next to every other prime number. Ooh, I love the prime numbers. What's the status on that drippy heat from fire hoodie? Actually, I've got good status update. I basically ran some other stuff by the person I'm collaborating with, and we just about have it done. So we're going to order one more print of it all just to make sure everything's good. Because I've got this, one of the things I also made was an IPA shirt. It's pretty sick. It's got the whole IPA table on it. So if you're like a linguistics nerd or a phonetics nerd, you'll have that there right there. But yeah, that's actually going super well. We pretty much have the work pretty much mainly done. So yeah. This is my first time being on your live stream. I'm relatively new to transition. I gotta say I love your channel. You've helped me a lot so far. It's really great to have you here, and welcome to our little squad. World of Pure Imagination. Yeah, I'll do that one. Only because I love that one. Oh, hold on. I'll play all of it if I remember it. Wait. Let's see. World, I love that so much. Okay, I'm scrolling. Oh, she grooving. I'm not seeing the messages she's reading. Maybe now you'll know why. That's how far behind I am all the time. I still read just because you mean the can't. I want to learn how to do polyphonic vocals, so it sounds like I have more than one voice. It's tough, yeah. It's definitely a fun thing to practice. The hoodie's gonna come in, girls. Yes, Amy, of course. Yeah. Oh my god, IPA shirt. Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely, obviously tailoring the merch to like you know, like women's tees and stuff. It's not all that. There's a lot of unisex stuff too, but it's just one of those things, like, I'm pretty aware that my audience is mostly trans women. So, you know. Whoa, suddenly there's chat. Do we have a link for any of the merch yet? Not yet. I'll drop it soon. I swear it'll be out within the next 3 weeks. Wait, should I swear on that? Yeah, it'll be out in the next 3 weeks, I swear. I want to get it out before it's like mid-November. That's fun. This doesn't look like Smash Brothers. It's not. Whoa! Super banging. Oh, Hazel voice. I didn't even see that. The stream is Pog Money. Oh my god, you're Pog Money. Thanks for sending some Pog Money our way. I appreciate that so much. I'm not saying. Okay, I already read that. Okay. As per protocol. Okay. Whoa, suddenly it's chat. Oh, I'm already behind. Okay, maybe I did read that before. Oh yeah, thanks. Okay. Damn, she is so hot. Thanks. Yes, I am. I am a transsexual goddess. Don't you understand that? Haven't you understood that by now? I'm a transsexual goddess. Thank you very much. Let's see. If you play this song for too long, you'll turn to a blueberry. What if girls were real? They're not. If only women were a physical thing. They're not. Shout out to Clover. Indeed. I like girls. It's a shame they're not real. Indeed. I'm interested in getting voice lessons, but I'm anxious about doing voice stuff in front of other people. Coach, any tips for getting over the anxiety? Yeah, I mean, find a person who you trust, a qualified professional who you care about and you feel like, you know, you want to learn from. And if they're a good professional, they'll create a space for you that, you know, will welcome you into creating sound as opposed to, you know, you having to like, but of course, I would also recommend you can get over some of that anxiety ahead of time by practicing just being a more vocal person on your own, even in your private space. So there's a lot of different things you could do there. Overtone singing isn't that hard. It depends on what you mean by overtone singing. A lot of times people mean different stuff. Here, I'll do some overtone singing, or I'll try some. Let's see. Ooh, that was a bad one. that's not understanding. I just like that sound, so that's why I'm doing that, just in case you're wondering what the fuck I'm doing. I like that sound though. I don't know what the... Not as good as usual. I don't know if let's see. She said last stream it's fine. It's a really pretty hoodie. I want to do the next group class. We're going to be opening up those. Hey, Clover. When do we open those up? We should open those up now. We should open them up now, I think. We should open them up now, and I'll promote them on stream while I'm here. That sounds cute. This is like a smart thing for us to do. Okay, well, she read my message. Yeah, that's right. It's okay. That's mid. Sometimes I have some crazy ones that it almost sounds fake. Like, to the point where it literally sounds like a synthesizer. Luna, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. I feel like my singing voice is way more feminine than my speaking voice. No idea why, but I can't seem to be able to speak as fluidly as I can sing. P.S. I was waiting all day for this live, and I'm so glad that I caught it. I'm so glad that you caught it as well, and I'm so glad I didn't flake like a little poo-poo dingus and instead just do something else with my evening, because I'm really happy to be here, and I'm really happy to not let you down, especially since you were waiting for the live. You feel like your voice is more feminine than your speaking voice. No idea why. I mean, honestly, like, this is such a big question. There's a lot of reasons why. Singing and speaking aren't really that similar. They're not really, like, worlds apart either necessarily, but they're not really that similar. So a lot of the like strategies and behaviors that you're adopting when you're singing that's giving you that feminizing effect, you know, you haven't transposed those or brought those into, you know, your speaking voice. Speech is honestly more like singing covers a wider range of inputs, I guess I'd say. But speech is kind of more, it's very punctuated and choppy, and you've been speaking a lot longer than you've probably been singing. So you probably have a lot more speaking habits that you're working against than you did have singing habits. Does that make sense? There's several reasons why it can be like that, but you should try to extract the values that you're getting out of your singing voice that feel beneficial for you and try to bring them into your speaking voice and see if you can't like thread that. Play the Days of Wine and Roses. That's one of my favorite songs ever. I don't remember it, but no, wait. I forget how it goes. How's it go? I definitely want to play Days of Wine and Roses now. It's one of my favorite songs ever. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. That's so amazing. I've asked the past 3 live shows to get ignored. It might seem like a silly question to you, but it's something that worries me. I don't see your question, Caroline. I'm looking for it. So I do need to be a paying member? No, I just haven't seen your question. I get a lot of questions. I still don't see your question. I see, so do I need to be a paying member? I see that. And then I see, I've asked the last 3 questions, but I've obviously not good enough for an answer. How silly of me. I see all of those, but I don't see your question. That's part of the nature of streaming. I can't read every comment. So if you get missed, it's just probability. I still don't see your comment. I'm scrolling up. I'm scrolled up all the way to Natalie, to Jax, Magos. So yeah, feel free to post your comment in the chat again. I'm not selectively ignoring anyone. That would be kind of strange to do. Let's see here. Oh, I'm not ignoring anyone intentionally. No, I'm not. Let's see. Do you have any tips, word of wisdom to prepare for FFS? Yeah, I would say, honestly, I don't know. I feel like before that, I was doing a lot of inner questioning about like, my views, about myself. And, my goal was to try to reach acceptance before FFS. Basically, like, even if it was changing, like, to come to terms and accept, like, the face, you know, that I had. This would be epic. Do you believe in magic? I do believe in magic. Honestly, I think if I didn't find Xehanort channel, I probably would have never spoken again. Rain. It's just rude. I don't understand what you're talking about. I've literally read all your comments. Don't call me rude. I've not seen a single comment of yours. Have you considered not being actively hostile? I agree. I'm still looking. I still haven't seen your question. More interested in showing the helping people. Charlatan. Okay, I have not seen your question yet still. So you feel free to ask your question. Otherwise, I'm just going to ban you. I've clearly stated that I'm more than willing to answer whatever question you have. Let's see. Crazy. I asked if it would harm my voice to push it to a high key when I'm singing or damage my vocals. Okay, see, that's the first time I've seen your question there. You don't have to, like, you know, be hostile about it. And that goes with anyone. I miss a lot of messages. Like, I'm buried under thousands of messages right now. So, not in this stream, but in my DMs and stuff. I'm not ignoring anyone. I want to help as much as possible. Let's see here. Okay, now back to where... So, would it harm your voice to push to a high key when you're singing? So, like, that question's not, like... That question's kind of framing it. Oh, okay, so... Yeah, you can damage your voice if you sing too high. But it's less about, like... If you are pushing your voice, it's less about going higher or not, and more about the technique that you're using when you go higher. If you sing higher notes and your voice sounds scratchy or breathy or feels uncomfortable and you're like yelling to push those notes out, then yes, that can actually be harmful for you, and that can increase your risk of vocal issues. Okay, but you can absolutely learn to sing in a higher way and sing in a higher area without that tension or without that strain or anything like that. Okay, so it's less about are you going higher or not, and more about when you're going higher, is it comfortable? Does it sound good? Is it balanced? Is it clean? Right? And so these are the kind of questions you have to be considering, not just like higher or lower, you know. And when you talk about higher key is also kind of a loaded term. A key is like basically in music, a key is like a musical scale that we agree the music piece is in. So for instance, if let's say blue and green starts here, let me change this. So for instance, if I play this, so that's like, if I were to transpose that to a higher key, it would be, it's the same musical gesture, just higher. So when we talk about keys, we're really talking about relative to a piece of music that we're singing. But like keys aren't something that are like innate about your voice. You know, your voice has a rich diversity of qualities it can generate. Your voice can go really low, it can go really high. And what really matters is the way that you move across that space when you're trying to sing. Okay, so listen to the quality. If it sounds really breathy or scratchy, that is not healthy to sing higher on, right? Like if you're singing higher and you do something like, ah, if you get those unstable sounds, those squawky, pinched qualities, those are not very optimal or healthy for you in general, okay? But if you learn to adapt and you know, structure as you move across your range, then you'll be fine. Yeah. So it just depends. I was framing it, but I spent so many times writing a proper question for it. Like I said, I'm sorry. I don't know who you are. This is a very one-way kind of interaction, sort of, you know. There's just a bunch of names scrolling in chat, and I read what I see, play some stuff. I'm not interested in showing off, actually. If I were interested in showing off, I would be showing off instead of... just playing chords and stuff. You know what I mean? Let's see. Yeah, super chats are definitely good, but you don't have to pay to get a question answered. I mean, we literally do hour-long question and answer videos where we answer literally hundreds of questions. There's no, you know, we're not gatekeeping anyone's questions or anything like that. Let's see here. She's answering? Okay. Love the hair. Thank you so much, McCain Offensive. I appreciate that. Is it possible to feminize hiccups? Yeah, it's possible to feminize really anything. Let's see. Spush. I'm missing... let's see. There was someone else who said something that I want to... Oh, is it something else I want to... I saw someone's comment that I really care about, and I want to... where was it? I missed it, though, amongst all that. There was someone else who felt like they were getting ignored by me or something. Send me a DM on Discord right now. And when I get off the call, we'll talk about it. I want to make sure that you feel seen, and I'm sorry if I feel like I've ignored you. I have a lot of stuff I'm juggling, and it's just hard for me to stay on top of. But I definitely don't want people feeling like I'm singling them or targeting them out or something. That's not the case. Can you feminine cough while keeping it functional? Yeah, absolutely. Clover and I actually talked about that today in our group class. Let's see. We talked about how to practice that. Can you feminize a whistle? The interesting thing about a whistle is it's not really gendered. This question came up last stream. Technically, like, we can say that, like, there's probably different average ranges for whistling depending on, like, vocal sexes. But because the whistle happens so high, the harmonics are situated so high relative to the resonances of the vocal tract that there isn't really, like, a clear, like, boop, gender quality thing, you know? So after a certain point in pitch, then what actually happens is, like, a lot of what we use to signal gender and sex expression in voice breaks down because there's simply not enough information in the frequency spectrum for us to evaluate and sort of interpret it properly. Damn, that's an impressive whistle. Are you talking about my whistle or someone else's whistle? Did I whistle? I sort of sometimes whistle. I don't know if that's what it was though. Everyone, she's unbelievably busy all the time. Yeah, I need to do less, but I'm working on doing more. I wish I could sound more xenogender. Yeah, I mean, there's some people who do that kind of stuff, who have, like, sort of, like, post-human voices. There were some, like, post-human voices I was playing with, like, 2 years ago. That was kind of a fun zone. Can rhinoplasty affect the voice? Rhinoplasty can affect the voice in different ways, but pretty much not really, no. Yeah, pretty much not really. But, I mean, technically anything you do, like surgery, could influence your voice, whether it's from the tracheotomy, or not tracheotomy, excuse me, the tracheal intubation, and so on and so forth. Well, after 3 weeks of it, you kind of get the feeling you're being deliberately ignored. I'm confused about that, Caroline. Can I ask you a question? What do you mean after 3 weeks? Because I did a live stream last Sunday. That was the first live stream that I had done in about 4 months. I haven't had any other live events where you could have asked it, so I don't know what you mean by 3 weeks. I was live last week, and then I've been live this week, and I'm usually live maybe once every couple months. So, yeah. Amy, any questions? What's your opinion on Twitter trans girls and pumpkin? Oh, I think I'll stay out of that one. I think I'll stay out of that one. I can't get my folds to relax. What do I do? That question is really important, but it truly depends, like, what you mean by you can't get your vocal folds to relax, right? Like, if is it sounding scratchy? Is it sounding like bubbly? Is it hoarse? Is it, raucous? Like, what kind of quality is it? Because depending on sort of what quality you're getting, has a big effect on it. Yes, I can't sound like adults. The only basic dog thing I do is a lot. Good. Very good. Yes. I found there's no way to fully cough without loudly using my entire vocal tract. Yeah, Violet, that's an interesting thing. I mean, what I always recommend is to practice, like, fake coughing and then scale it up. Clover and I talk about this pretty often in our group classes. Like, you'll want to start, like, just with the timbre of, like, fake coughing, right? Something like that. And then you're going to try and shift the timbre of it while you're, like, scaling up your commitment to coughing. So, like, right? Then you can, like, put more behind it. And that was, like, a full cough. Like, I felt like my lungs, like, exasperate on the way out and everything like that. Hopping off for now, but thank you so much. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm glad to be able to help you. I'm genuinely curious. Can I get FFS to say 13 months? There's people who get FFS before they're even on HRT. That said, yeah, I tend to recommend people to wait for 2 years. But if you like are really dysphoric and you have the opportunity, I mean, go for it. You know? It's so cringy. Yes, I agree with you, Clover. Okay. The public demands to know your opinion of pumpkins. I like pumpkin pie. Shit tastes good. Getting a tracheotomy and fart. Yeah, Katie, I was like, oops, not tracheotomy. Tracheal intubation. Can you do male voice? Sometimes, yeah. Thank you, Natalie. I feel like when I come on here, like I try to just be as straightforward about things. Like I'm a human being. I fuck up a lot. Like I mentioned on the last stream, I owe someone from the last Christmas stream won like a certain synthesizer. I literally still have it. Like I've been meaning to send it out to them. Like it's not like I scammed them. I just haven't went to the mail place because it's like hard for me. Because like it's just hard for me to go and do postal service. So I mean, there's like all sorts of things that like I'm behind on, or like this has like been delayed or whatever. You know, like I'm a human. Like I hope no one thinks that I'm like a perfect being that can like do like everything all the time, because I can't. I've learned that. I'm trying to create infrastructure in order to do everything all at once all the time, but it's very difficult for me to like create like human resources and it's hard for me to like thread together human resources and organize that in a way that like creates a system that's working. That's not really my strength. My strength has always been more of an introspective, like internal, like questioning sort of discovery line, I guess you could say. So it's kind of difficult for me to like think more like external systems and people and managing resources properly and stuff. It's kind of weird. Lies, you failed at male voice every time you tried. I've had some banger male voices on recording before. Zia, do you know anything about masset or muscle reduction? Yeah, I actually had that on my first FFS. How is someone so good at coughing? Well, I would like to think that, damn, that cough, need to learn that. Yeah, well, I'd like to think that literally every aspect of this process I've had to interact with at this point or not, you know? Is there a secret handshake I should do with Kyojampa? Feel free to toss in my name. People do that. I don't know if it helps or not, but feel free to say you know me or whatever. I feel you failed at male voice. Can you corpse husband? Yeah. Wait. I actually can. If you catch me in the morning, I'll literally do a super fire corpse husband voice, unironically. I don't think you'd all believe me how good my corpse husband voice actually would be if I really let the chopper bang on the corpse husband voice. Okay, let's see here. ADHD voice training is all about spontaneity. I agree with you on that. There's a waiver. Do you have courses on coughing? There's a video I made on coughing like 3 years ago. I don't think it's like my favorite video. It's all right. But part of our group class, we talk about it 1 week. Z does a popping male voice if she gets started with it before she practices, before she said, I know, exactly. Like, if I practice my male voice, like when I wake up in the morning for a while, like I can ride it out for a little bit. But the moment I start to like pivot and push it, wait, I had to get shorter or something, or why is like my camera all like cut up now? Hold up. I feel like I got like shorter or something. Not quite right either. A little lower, I think. Maybe like that. I don't know. Maybe this works. Okay. The world isn't ready for the chopper to bang. No, Iggy. The world is literally not ready for the chopper to bang. Corn husband. Oh my god. That reminds me of Ludwig's advertisement, corn. What was it? Corn base? Corn base? No, it's coin. It's coin base. Corn base? It's so good. I love that. Cold from Morse husband. I have to speak more. I have to speak more often just to practice, since I've been underusing my voice for a while. Yeah, definitely. If you feel like you've like neglected your voice for a little bit, if you feel like you have neglected your voice for a little bit, it can definitely take some time for you to kind of settle back into it and play around with it. Bum, bum. But yeah, to reiterate, I don't know who it was that mentioned something about they felt like they were getting ignored or something on Patreon, but DM me on Discord. I'll see it when I get off the stream. I want to make sure that person knows they're not being targeted or anything like that. Wow, thank you, Ellie. I really appreciate that. Wow, that's a crazy comment. Holy shit. Wow. Has anyone ever seen a comment like that good before? Sheesh. That's wild. What a comment. I agree. Ooh, I like this. Let's see here. Let's see. Wait, I need to go a little more like... I kind of need to be a little bit more like this. That is the comment ever. That is one of the comments ever. If you really stop and just think about it for a second, it actually is one of the comments ever. Have you ever thought about that? If you haven't thought about it, I think now is probably a good time to start thinking about how that was one of the comments of ever. Hold on. How do I get this? Is this good? Wait. Literary genius. Gonna puke? Huh? The G minor up there. And it's like what? Maybe like make it like a CT diminished 7. How's that go? How's that one go? I heard a thing in my head. I couldn't remember how it goes though. It goes wait. It's that. that tune though a lot. Okay, let's see here. What did I miss? Well, first off, thanks so much, Damon, for the super chat. Okay, so like now I scroll up, and then it's like now I have to like start over, kind of. You know what I mean? Where was I at? So there's that. So this is like when you should expect to get a question skipped, probably. Do you know how? I'm trying to think about it, but I don't know how. Anything. Think about grew up in the UK. Love the accent. We're terrible comment. Terrible. You lay separate. Thank you, Mushroom. Is laughing so hard in your own snort normal? Good. ADHD leg bouncing intensifies. They say that. They say that. Is there a difference between Ziana and Amelia? Are they two sides of the same person or just names? They're just names. Kind of, sort of, maybe, a little bit. They're slightly different, I guess. I don't have like multiple like identities or like multiple like person, you know, or dissociate. You know what I mean? I don't have any of that kind of stuff going on with my identity. It's just more like I have like an artist name and like a human name, I guess. You know. Let's see. Do you feel bestie material? Thank you. How do I get over my fear of using the women's restroom? Start small, maybe. It depends. Like for me, like it was very dependent on my presentation. So like for me, I pretty much used the bathroom that I felt like I was like trying to like most put the energy out on. So like when I was early in my transition, if I wasn't really like presenting, I probably would have went to like the guys' restroom. But then like if I was like really trying hard or whatever, then I would have used the girls' restroom. And I feel like sort of you don't have to follow that rule. That's just what I did, right? But like I feel like it was helpful for me to start small, like using a bathroom in an area that was like empty or there's no one around or something. I don't know. Those are some of my strategies. It's just a bathroom at the end of the day, you know, but I definitely understand with all the transphobia why it could be concerning. Are you doing a voice Q&A tonight, or is it more like just playing music and chill off stream? Kind of both a little bit, kind of just answering some questions, playing a little bit of music, and then vibing out on that kind of stuff. Both Clover and I actually have ADHD, so we can really relate to it. Issues learning voice change. Okay, got you. So you feel like that's been a longer standing thing for you too. That's challenging. But no, I can definitely relate to 500 miles high. I love that song. I love the flute player on that record. I forget who she is though. I don't know if you're the right person to ask this, but I was recently saying afterward it caused me to go into an episode of extreme throat pain. My friend, that's not good. It sounds like you were really straining or really fighting your body and working really hard. We need to make sure that we are comfortable, relaxed, efficient, right? We shouldn't be forcing or pushing or squeezing or hurting ourselves. When we're done singing, it should not cause us to be in an episode of extreme throat pain. That's a big sign that something you're doing needs to not be happening, and you need to reassess the way that you're approaching singing. It's not healthy and it doesn't sound sustainable, and we would love for you to sort of correct that if possible. Obviously, I can't give you direct advice on that since I can't hear it, but it's really important to be aware of that. Hello, Choco. I meant talking about issues. E-girl stream. Oh, hi there, Choco. Choco, don't forget to super chat me. God damn it. A warm meal, some estrogen. Never seen Ziana and Amelia in the same room. It does seem kind of sus, doesn't it? I kind of feel the same way now that you mention it. I always miss these streams. You haven't missed this one? I peed my Choco. That's funny as fuck. Okay. As soon as I started doing my choice, Hannah, that's cute. Manifesting bathroom congruence. I love that. What type of headphones are these? These are the DT770s, Barrier Dynamic. One reason I still wear a mask. We gotta wear a mask through LAX. If you don't wear a mask through LAX, you're just literally begging to get sick. That feeling when you stand up in the stall and you have 4-inch heels, and you just I have ADHD too. Yeah, same, Hannah. It's a wild experience. Sounds doable. ADHD King, you're everything. Yeah, that's a banger. Wish that restrooms are. My throat hurts today and has since I sound like a frog. Ew. Hopefully you're not getting sick. Can you do harsh metal vocals? I've done some in the past. I'm not a huge fan of it. I definitely don't have the best technique or anything like that. But you know, I grew up playing in a progressive metal band, so I was producing a lot of screamers. I was around a lot of screaming, and there were certainly my fair shares of times where I stepped up to the mic and screamed into it, you know. And now with like my vocal knowledge, like I can understand like certain things I was doing back then that weren't so good and certain things that were okay. And so that's kind of interesting. I might do some screaming. What do you think of Ken Tamplin? I'm not too familiar with his stuff. I don't know. Is that he's like a singing teacher, right, or something like that? Not too familiar with it. I know there's a meme about him or something like a lizard tongue or something, but that's really all I know about him. The lizard tongue meme's kind of funny, but that was like from like 2018. I don't know if that's still like a thing. I can't really like have an opinion on vocal teachers that I don't like know personally, because it's like I don't know what they really teach. Just like, you know, like what's on my channel is a reflection of like older ideas and then newer ideas as I slowly create stuff. So it's like my channel isn't like the clearest expression of like who I am as an educator or like what I view or what I do, right? And so I tend to try to not necessarily jump to conclusions about different teachers based on limited windows that I can see about what they're doing. Or at least I try not to. Easier said than done sometimes, especially when they make some really frustrating takes. There you go, Choco. Get in the spirit. Okay, let's see. If you get this, sheesh. Okay. If you have any voice training tips for when you're embarrassed to try and voice train, I've answered this question like probably like 10 times on stream. I'll go ahead. I'm gonna answer it fast just because I feel like I've literally answered this question so many times, and I don't want to like downplay how important that question is for you, but just like there's a lot of other impassioned descriptions of it in the past streams. So basically, like if you're really embarrassed about your producing any sound at all and like practicing and stuff, like you should really like be considering like why. You should be inquiring internally about what exactly is the source of that embarrassment. Is it you're afraid people are going to hear you? Is it afraid of you're going to sound whatever? Oftentimes what we see is that people actually have this fear of even making sound that's feminine, period. It doesn't even matter if they're being heard or not, but just like trying to make a sound that's more feminine is like extremely embarrassing and cringe for a lot of people who are starting out in this process from this direction. So there's that. And then for me, so you have to start to interrogate and look for reasons why you feel embarrassed, because ultimately at the end of the day, you're simply just making some sound. You're simply sitting in a room on an earth, you know, floating through space, and like you're making sound. And so that shouldn't really, it's sort of when you zoom out a little bit and you really put this into context of like what you're actually doing, which is like basically playing with your voice. It shouldn't, it doesn't have to be so dramatic or so like, you know, do or die, or like the stakes are on the line. It's just you're playing with your voice. And I think that getting back to that can make it easier for people to play with their voice and feel less like nervous about it or less embarrassed by it, because it just becomes more of a thing. There's some other things I'd add to that, like but inquire about why you're embarrassed. Try to reframe it mentally for you so that there's less stakes. Some other things too, but those are the big ones that come to mind right off the bat. Landed in LAX, first thing I smelled was weed and wore masks like COVID. Yep. You have a lovely voice. I'm both envious and inspired. Thank you so much for making a difference in this world full of hate. Thanks, Wild. I appreciate that. I would love to learn how to do a feminine black metal screech. That'd be kind of dope. Yeah, I feel that. Could you upload the video of you teaching students? Yeah, I'd be down to do some stuff like that. I think that there's some students who have offered to let me do that. I'll have to, it's one of those things, but the only reason I haven't is just because it requires me to like do coordination. Like I said, like that's the thing I'm really bad at, is like emailing people, like sort of keeping internal systems of people working properly. It's not really my skill set. So it's hard for me to like sending people like, hey, we had a lesson, blah, blah, blah. How do you feel cool about this? And like, yeah. And then it's like, I don't know. I just haven't reached out to do that, but yeah, I'd definitely be down to do that. Just trying, you're absolutely cool. Thanks, Maya. I appreciate that. Welcome and congrats on your journey. Beginning. Okay, I'm really far behind on stuff, huh? Okay, only person at work wears a mask. I'm gonna speed up a little bit. Okay, if I take lessons, cross knowledge. That depends. 22, 30, 33. I mean, we're teaching off similar models. I mean, every teacher has different strengths and weaknesses. Every teacher has like different biases that they'll take something through or something like that. But no, I think like starting from scratch doesn't really make sense, because I sort of feel like Like, good voice education should always meet you where you are. And yes, like, maybe like there's like a first meeting that's a little more structured and kind of lays out the groundwork and sets a frame for people to operate in. But like, I tend to feel like good vocal education should really be like meeting the person where they are and creating a plan from there, based on sort of what they're dealing with, what they're struggling with, what their, you know, strengths are, and so forth. So I don't think you'd be wiped or anything like that. Okay. Ooh, I love that. That's awesome, Amy. Okay, I'm scrolling down. So if I skip a question, don't come at me. No one's getting targeted. I'm just scrolling down. I used to be afraid to face my own voice and the challenge ahead. It went out with time and awareness. That's really amazing, and I appreciate you sharing that for everyone. My mom and boss have been telling me my voice is too soft and I should find a way to make it more imposing since we work in law. Yeah, I mean, like, that's something that, you know, that people go through, regardless if they're trans, if they're cis men, cis women, doesn't really matter. There's definitely that, like, professional business voice. It's like we treat as more authoritative, or we put more, like, authority behind. And, yeah, it can be useful trying to develop something like that if you feel it's impacting your career. I mean, obviously it's your mom/boss. So, like, I mean, you know, it's up to, if you view that as like if you agree with that, like you feel like maybe you're getting like talked over, or, you know, then maybe it's something you look into playing with. And that's actually a pretty typical pattern, or a typical thing that people go through. Cis women do that a lot, honestly. I've worked with numerous cis women in deepening their voices and kind of making it more masculine. Okay, I need to order food before it gets too late, by the way. So I'm going to do that. I guess I just get this. I think it looks mid, but I do have a little bit here, but I don't have a fridge yet, and I'm trying to figure that out. So I don't have like groceries here right now. I have like some groceries. I guess I'll get my favorite. Does anyone know what my favorite is? This looks like barely any, though. Like, literally, how are they gonna try and... Ooh, that looks incredible. Holy crap. Wow. Oh my god, it looks amazing. Okay, I'm gonna get that. Wow, I didn't even really have that either. Wow, I can't even believe how good all this looks. I was just making fun of it, and now suddenly it's like... It looks incredible. I'm about to feast. Wait. The tandoori looks good. I'm getting Indian. I didn't look at chat. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Indian's like my favorite food ever, pretty much. I think. Oh my god, this looks incredible. Literally looks incredible. Okay. Oh my god, it looks amazing. Okay. So that's ordered now. Bless you. Oh, thank you. My mom said my voice... Oh. I thought you were making a joke at first because you're a troll usually. Okay. My mom said my voice sounded fake one day, and my parents are super supportive 99% of the time. It stuck with me, and I feel it hindered my progress for 2 years. Yeah, it can be weird like that. My dad said something to me that really like stuck with me for a long time in my transition too. I remember when I first told my dad I was trans, he was super supportive. As you know, he's been on the live stream before, and he's really supportive with like trans stuff and whatnot at this point in my life, at least. And you know, I when I first came out to him, I told him, and he's like, "So you're a girl?" I'm like, "Yeah, something like that." And you know, he's like, "Well, I love you, blah blah." You know, it was a great story. But then like later that night, I walked in, and he's like, "You're gonna make one ugly fucking woman," and I was like, "Okay. All right." And now, of course, he calls me every day. He's like, "Oh, how's my beautiful daughter? How's my angel? How's my baby girl doing?" You know, like, it's like he's pivoted, and he's apologized for it since. But I remember hearing him say that, and I was like, "Great. I'm glad you have such belief in me." Well, that's deep. I didn't know you're an inspirational speaker. I forgot what I was even talking about. Let's see. I'm a trans woman. I really appreciate your videos. Welcome. I got a random question. I don't know if you talked about it in one of your videos, but what has your transition been like? When did you realize you were trans? Maybe I should make a YouTube video on that, talking about my transition or something like that. Well, I had dysphoria since I was a little kid, probably since I was like... Well, I mean, my earliest childhood memory was when I was 3 years old, And I do remember a weird like feeling in the background of the memory that now I can like associate to dysphoria. But I started like really having dysphoria creep in when I was like 7, 8 years old. That was pretty awful. I started like cross-dressing, quote unquote, when I was like 9 years old, 10 years old, around there, something like that. I was always kind of in that path, basically. And then around like high school, middle school, I managed to like ignore it. It wasn't that big of an issue, simply because like I was like a femboy pretty much, and like, you know, it was fine. But then once like I started like really masculinizing, like, you know, that like set me off so hard, and it kind of uprooted my life. So when I was 23 years old, I came out to everyone. I started HRT. You know what? I actually started HRT when I was 24, not 23. Or wait. Maybe it was halfway through 23 and then I started or something. I forget. But yeah, around 23, I finished college. I was just at home. I was like super broke. I didn't have like anything going on. I was just making music and doing some composition stuff. I was like, okay, I had a week alone by myself. No one else was there at the house. And I had a week alone. And so that whole week, I don't know, I just like, I guess like cross-dressed, but it was like casual. Like I was just like wearing like normal clothes. You know, I wasn't like sexualizing it. It was just like I just felt better like that way, and it kind of made me realize like I was like presenting femme in order for me to sit in my studio and make music. And it kind of made me realize like actually, you know, I thought back on like my childhood and like all the stuff that I like dealt with, and there was a lot of stuff like when I was growing up that well, I got bullied very early on about like being really small, being really feminine, being gay, etc., etc. But then, like, as I was a femboy in middle school, high school, or whatever, or high school specifically, it was cool. It was fine. And then when testosterone really started hitting, that's when I transitioned. Early on, it was really rough. I basically stayed inside my house all day and practiced my presentation on Omegle, and I tried to look as passable as I possibly could for online internet strangers to basically prove to myself that it would even be possible to like transition and pass in the first place. So a year before I even got on HRT, I was like working on my look, basically. I had this like, it's funny because I look now closer to what I did back then than I did all the time you all have known me. Like I had like a white wig and like blonde hair and shit. And so I was like doing that. I had this look that I would do, and then I would just try to, you know, pass basically to people on the internet. And then I started doing voice training. All this was really difficult. Started getting laser hair removal. That sucked ass because I had to drive an hour and a half to the closest laser hair removal place because I lived in Indiana. That was like so expensive. That was so prohibitive. I ended up using Groupon, and I got 6 facial hair removal lessons. My dad took me to my first 2 HRT doctor appointments in Indianapolis. There was one clinic in all of Indiana that was offering HRT through informed consent, so I went to there. It was the Eskenazi Health Center, and I haven't been there in years, but my dad took me to my first appointment and second appointment, and then, yeah. I don't know. Like, transition has, like, been one of the worst things in my entire life, but also one of the best things in my entire life. Well, transition hasn't been a bad thing, but being trans has, I would say that being trans and having gender dysphoria is my like fundamental like trauma that I exist with as a person. And I think it comes out in a lot of different ways. And at this point, I mostly like healed, like I'm not like in an active state of the dysphoria or like the you know, the like the pain, but it's like it's those like trauma responses are still like baked into the way that I like look at myself or the way that I like think about certain behaviors and stuff. So I don't know. And just like, you know, I don't know, my dysphoria is manageable now, but I don't think it's ever going to go away like all the way, you know, like there's always this like part of me that like just like kind of weeps on the inside about like my body and about like my biological sex, I guess. For me, it's always been about sex dysphoria. Okay. Anyways, I rambled and rambled and rambled and rambled and rambled. I'm scrolling all the way to the bottom. So if you said anything in the last like arc that I was just doing there, I'm skipping it. So once again, I'm not ignoring anyone. I'm just trying to catch up to everyone. But yeah, so that's like my story pretty much, I guess. I don't know. It's been a long ass process at this point. 7 years? Coming up on 7 years? 6 years? 6.5? 6, 7 years or so? Hadn't even been that long. Can voice feminization be done with opera singing? Yep, absolutely. I would say that there's certain limitations to it, but yeah, definitely. I've already heard trans women opera singers who sound pretty dope. I can't remember who they are off the top of my head, but I've definitely heard some. I love being trans personally, but I wouldn't. Well, I love the wisdom and the perspective that I gain from being trans, but I don't love dysphoria. I don't love having to like go through this process where I uproot my entire life and basically, risk my social. And I really don't like that aspect of it, but I am obviously very grateful for the opportunity to begin with. Well, no from us, you're an amazing woman. You literally passed. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see here. That was dope. Thanks. I'm glad you felt that way. Y'all are making me cry. Aw. I came out in 1997 at age of 16, and yeah, I don't think dysphoria ever goes away. Wow, that's crazy, Alyssa. I didn't know that you'd been going that long on trans, but I don't think it does either. And I talked to all these dolls in our community that have been transitioning for such a long time, and I just it's tough. It's a tough thing. It's gonna be 10 years from you, Choco. Let's fucking go, dude. That's awesome. Wait, really, Choco? Dude, that's crazy. I forgot when I met you, you were already like so far along in your journey so far. That's really crazy. Oh, on the topic of talking transition, I still want to make that video. I'd love to. Yeah, I'd love to. I've got time available Wednesday this week. Would be a good spot for me if you want to try to sync up then. Or next Saturday. Wednesday or Saturday would probably be good. 1997 is crazy, yeah. Epigenetics helps me get over sex differences and comparing. Yeah, I agree with that too. That definitely has helped me. I mean, I've gone to so much therapy about this like topic of like biological sex and like, and I definitely feel like that has helped me. I've created a lot of logical frames that make it easier. But then at the end of the day, I've kind of felt like maybe I've given in and I've thrown away all the frames that I used to use to help me cope. And now I just confront it face on and it doesn't hurt me very much. Like I am what I am, I personally believe that well, not personally, it's kind of a fact that, sex exists on a bimodal distribution. I was clearly born sex male. Like that's where I sit in the bimodal distribution. That's what my body does regularly in the bimodal distribution. I am a male individual. That's fine. I identify as female, even though I know like biologically, like I'm not female. I have used all of the medical technology possible at this point in time in order to cross that gap, that bridge as much as possible to get as close to being, let's say like synthetically intersexed as possible or synthetically modified as possible. So I'm very well aware of like who I am and that's fine for me. And obviously that's just the way I view it. Like I view like woman and male and female is very different. Which, by the way, can I rant about this really fast? I thought we all agreed that sex and gender are different, right? We all agreed to that, right? Everyone agrees to that. Sex and gender is different. Why does it feel like a lot of the people who, for instance, canceled me on Twitter today, like they these crowds, they're almost blurring the gender sex distinction. It's kind of weird to me. I feel like we had a very clear example or a very clear frame to where we were talking about it through sex and gender distinction, and then now it feels like even observing a sex distinction is not good or not appropriate. I feel like there's very clear sex differences in people's bodies usually, and I feel like we can see them, and that's why I have dysphoria over it. That's why I transitioned in the first place. So I almost feel like there's this I don't know. It's kind of weird for me. It's hard for me to understand. Yeah, gender wise, do whatever, right? But then sex stuff is it's very vague. I don't know. I just feel it's weird. Does anyone else get what I'm talking about? I feel like that's, yeah, I sort of feel like it's almost like you're not even allowed to observe physical sex differences anymore or something. I don't know, but they're definitely there. It's a weird trend. Yeah, it's almost weird because it starts out as gender and sex are different, that's like, I don't want to use this word, but let's say it's like woke, okay? Because we all know like what that means, right? And I'm not shitting on that because I consider myself pretty woke or whatever. But so like, let's say like, you know, like identifying like the gender and sex distinction. That's like woke level 1, right? And then like somehow like people go like so far that like somehow like sex like disappears entirely, and then like it's all gender at that point or something. And I don't really understand that. Yeah. Sorry if this isn't answered before, but what would you recommend to someone with a naturally low resonance limit? I'm not really sure what you mean by that. I don't believe that if you've tried to practice your voice a little bit and you feel like you can't get your resonance, I don't believe that's a physical limit or a naturally low. Now, of course, there are some individuals with larger vocal tracts and that can be a little bit lower and stuff like that. But your ability to do the thing today doesn't define your ability to do the thing tomorrow. And that's something we have to keep in mind when we play with voice in general, is like what we can do right now is not a statement about what we can do, right? So if you had trouble like getting your resonance past a certain point, or you struggle with it, it's like, well, that doesn't declare you like being stuck there. Sorry, male and female is not real. It's an artificial classification system. I'm so glad you say that. I totally agree with you. Not only that, sex is actually a cascade. It is a multifactorial cascade. It's a multidimensional spectrum. So, right, we have our chromosomal sex. We have our gonadal sex. We have our hormonal or endocrinological sex. We have our secondary sex characteristics, and we could argue when we observe animals, we have a behavioral sex. Okay? So I agree with you. I'm not saying male and female are like, and this is what I meant earlier, about like always having to clarify different things. I'm not saying like male and female are like absolute categories. That's why I said they are a bimodal distribution. It is a fact that they are a bimodal distribution, right? There's tons of stuff in between. There's all sorts of various intersex conditions. There are absolutely fringe cases and left tail, right tail distribution possibilities, but it is a bimodal distribution that typically has two primary concentrations of expression. And probably like at least 80% of people fit into that category. The key here, though, is to understand once again that there's chromosomal sex, gonadal sex, endocrinological sex, secondary sex characteristics, which we can think of as tissue sex, which is all a cascade, right? So you have your sex chromosomes, which then inspire the creation of our gonadal or our genital stuff, which then creates passive amounts of hormones when we are intrauterine and as we're developing as a child, which then creates our physical sex characteristics. So yes, sex isn't real. Sex isn't like, oh, we can point and go, that's sex right there. I totally understand that, but we should still be able to recognize that there is a sex distribution. You know, it's a bimodal distribution. It's pretty obvious. Like 80% of people, maybe more than 80% of people fit under there. Like, we can pretty much agree to that, you know? So no, when I talk about male and female, I'm aware that it's an artificial classification system. I'm aware that it's a human model that we created, and I'm aware that it's a multidimensional model. But I'm also aware that that model does have a predictive accuracy or a predictive function for at least like 80% of people, if not more, right? What's the rate of intersex conditions? Maybe 3%, 5%? I think I'm overestimating too. I think it's maybe even less than that in some capacity. So like, it seems like what we look for in models is if they provide some reliable ability to predict or have some statement that allows us to make sense of something. And I think sex does, you know, so. Yeah. No, I do actually, Miss Honey. That's what I'm saying. I do think transition changes your position on that distribution. Absolutely. For example, when we transition with hormones, we are changing our endocrinological sex, which creates a cascade down to our secondary sex characteristics of our tissue sex. So basically, by changing our hormones, we end up changing our tissue sex, and we change our endocrinological sex. So at that point, if we started with 4 things, we're at least like 50% past that boundary now, you know? And that was one of the things that I was talking about when I was going to therapy a lot, that I would talk about with my therapist. I even posted something on my Discord server 3 years ago where I developed a 5-dimensional gradient, a 5-dimensional topology in 3-dimensional space, or it was a 3-dimensional space which had 5 dimensions visually rendered, and it was basically like a sex, gender, like cascade gradient where you could like kind of figure out where you fit on it. And that was something that I was like working on early in my therapy to help me not feel so much dysphoria about, you know, all of it. But yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I don't understand why people have such uncharitable interpretations, right? Like, I never said like there's 2 sexes and every body fits on one or the other or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like,
But there are models that are like fairly like valuable, and like sex is clearly pretty valuable of a model. You know, it applies to other species as well. Obviously not perfectly. There's asexual creatures all the time. So, okay. Anonymous person, how do you do your hair? I do Olaplex. So basically, I condition my hair at least twice a week right now because it's so bleached. But usually once a week I'll just do conditioning alone, and then another week I'll do a whole hair treatment where I do like Olaplex number like 0, 1, 2, and then I'll go and shampoo with 3, and then condition with 4. Then I'll get out and I'll apply hair oil to my ends and run the hair oil through. And I didn't start doing that big hair care process until just recently, and honestly my hair is still very dry. You can actually see it's kind of like a little dry right now. But I'm learning how to take care of my hair because I have to, since it's like so bleached now, you know? Yeah, exactly, Choco. Male and female isn't real. Only Falco is real. I totally agree with that. You're right that people are uncomfortable discussing the nature of biological sex, which does affirm and not contradict the validity of gender identity. Yeah, exactly. People are very uncomfortable talking about it, and I get it. And the problem is like what I just talked about, right? If I even mention the word like biological sex, it's like I have to then go back and be like, well, I know it's a sex cascade, and I know there's this component and this component and this component and this component, and as a trans person I can change this component and this component, and I can get surgery and change that component. Like, I know those things are baked into my views ahead of time, right? And so like once we've established those points ahead of time, and we know that the discourse is respectful, and we know that the discourse is in the context of trying to be productive, then we should move on to having good faith interpretations of what people are talking about when they talk about these important issues, because these issues are so important for our community to talk about, that it impacts everyone in our community, and we have to be able to have a mature discussion about these things and not like assume like someone casually misspoke about something and that's like characterizes their whole view. You know what I mean? Like it's very uncharitable. Sex difference in humans is really small, ironically enough. It is very small. I agree with that. Some people have a big difference. Yeah, humans have a couple millimeters, right? The weird part about human sex dimorphism is it's like everywhere though. Like every part of the body is dimorphic in some capacity. Generally, at least I believe that from my own looking at my own body. Once again, I have to clarify. I'm not saying everyone's is. I'm saying like for mine, like I feel like during the worst parts of my dysphoria, I could take a picture of myself and zoom in on 5 pixels on the corner of my palm and be like, I can see that that's like male. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's in my head though. Sex is a lot of people are intersex. I totally agree with that. Once again, and I teach people who are intersex. I have friends that are intersex. There are people in my community that are intersex. So we're not excluding intersex people at all. Good. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Keyword, distribution. Got it. Bingo. Exactly. Distribution inherently applies that it's a gradient. It's a spectrum, right? But as we move across that distribution, across that spectrum, and we find that 80%, 90% are falling in these like 2 general pockets of clusters, then we say it's a bimodal distribution. Z keeps blowing my mind in these streams. Sounds like the thing that would only seem to matter on people online. I know, but it's, yeah, neurological sex differences included. Yeah, sure. That has another component too, right? Well, here's the thing too. Ale. I've also noticed that like, in like 2015, 2016 in the trans community, there was a lot of argument from the pro-trans side using these brain sex arguments. Like for instance, Zhu et al. What's the other one? Cario et al. Or these different, white matter, Remedi, that article by Remedi, white matter microstructures of Gerfens or some German name, hypothalamus odor stimulating sex hormones, steroid on smelling. Okay, anyways, there's all this research about like brain sex stuff, and I'm not a big shill in it, but I mean, there's at least enough statistical highlighting there that kind of brings up something. But then it seems like in the last like 3 years, if you like talk about that, it's like that's like transmedicalism or something. And once again, I don't understand how we go from identifying that there's like these physical observable differences to then like making statements about people being valid or not. You know what I mean? Like that's where I have trouble, how it shifts there like instantly. You know what I mean? We can observe and talk about physical differences that we can see without pushing other people down or creating hierarchies amongst each other, right? And for some reason that seems like it doesn't seem like people can do that very easily. It's strange to me. I think important clusters and distributions within each bimodal distribution. Totally agree with you. Once again, that sex cascade thing. I think I'm behind on comments. I sometimes feel like a girl when I watch myself in the mirror. Yeah. Thank you for being someone I can see myself in. Well, I'm so glad to hear that. And I'm really happy to be here for you and happy to promote. Zia's going to see this 5 minutes. Let's see, maybe. I just saw it now because I scrolled down. I skipped a bunch of stuff. Anyways, I hope I'm not getting canceled by anyone because I feel like I'm just like trying to like express truths that I've observed on my own. What hair oil? The bonding hair oil, I think it's Olaplex number 6. One species of fungus. Oh my god, I'm not reading that. That's funny. I have dysphoria mixed with dysmorphia, since ID is a human, also a human, and also trans and non-binary. Yeah, I imagine that really like complicates like your internal sort of frame and render that you move the world through. Olaplex gave me a lot of hair fall. Ooh, oh my god. I've heard that from other people. Other people have said that. Absolutely walking on eggshells. That's the problem. Why is it that I have to walk on eggshells when I'm talking to the trans community? It doesn't make any sense, and that's what I don't understand. Why do we instantly like assume people in our own community have the worst, most uncharitable interpretations and then like attack them for it, right? Like we need to be able to have productive dialogues about these important issues where we're not walking on eggshells, because we're all adults. Like we should be able to have conversations about these hard topics without it feeling like a personal insult or a personal attack, you know? I'm totally willing to have my mind changed about anything. Like I've thought a lot about these topics over the years and I've evolved a lot on them. If different evidence presents itself or someone has an opinion that, you know, I didn't consider before, I'll change my views on things. It's not like I have like a horse in the race that I'm trying to like, you know, build up. And so assumption of positive intent at the beginning of discourse is crucial. I completely agree with that. I see a lot of trans people I talk about Marxism. As a trans person, should I consider standing Marxism? Yeah, sure. Okay, that's funny. I'm so happy my comment kind of sparked this convo. It's important to have. I agree. It's super important. Marxism isn't really, it's an analysis. You're so smart. It's like intimidating. I really like the talks you get into in the streams. Are you still considering making a channel about social issues? I sure am. As I browse Twitter, I constantly come across things that when I read them, I just go, what is going on here? And those things I take screenshots of on my phone and I put them in a folder so that when I make a social like commentary YouTube channel, I can just like look at these and like talk about these, because there's like some things that like really like I'll just like read something and I'll be like, what the fuck? Like, how do people even believe, like, I don't know. It's crazy. So I'm saving up. I'm building those up. I'm missing a taco. I cannot wait to eat. But who decides the criteria for a bimodal distribution? Once again, we could do it with hormone levels. We could do it on any of the levels. We could do it chromosomally. We could say that if we start measuring everyone's chromosomes, probably about 80%, 85% of people are going to fall within roughly one or two categories, and then maybe the other 15% are going to have different conditions, different intersex expressions where we can like see that they're gradients, they're in between, right? They're across the distribution. So right there, we already see a bimodal distribution emerge in chromosomal sex. And then if we look at gonadal sex, like there are some ambiguous genitalia, especially for people who are born intersex, and that can create a lot of different issues that are really important that we need to raise awareness about for the intersex community. But generally speaking, like, you know, most genital configurations kind of fall under like two main expressions. Like there's obviously like subclasses inside of those, we could say, but generally speaking, you know, there's like that genital and that one, and then there's maybe like that big that overlap in between of like different expressions and different permutations of that, or mixed genital expressions, which are fine, obviously. But generally speaking, it falls along a bimodal distribution, once again, when we observe it. Endocrinologically, if we go and we measure everyone's hormones and hormonal cycles, we will find that basically about 80% of the population, once again, falls on either having testosterone dominance or estrogen dominance. And yes, of course, there are cis women and there are individuals all over the spectrum who will express with estrogen or with testosterone dominance, but maybe they were assigned female at birth, right? Or vice versa. Maybe there are people who technically chromosomally fit the CAIS, complete androgen insensitivity, or AIS, androgen insensitivity disorder, right? And then these people like chromosomally express like XY or whatever in that bimodal distribution, but then because of their hormonal environment, they will now have a hormonal environment and secondary sex characteristic cascade that pushes them towards estrogen dominance. So we sort of have two bimodal distributions that emerge there. And then in terms of secondary sex characteristics, we definitely have a bimodal distribution there, even though there's obviously fuzziness. Like for instance, there's women with PCOS, or there are women with hyperandrogenism, or there are women with hirsutism, right? That have a lot of body hair. Like, okay, but still in those cases, generally speaking, a lot of their body still falls along the bimodal distribution for like what the secondary sex characteristics are of their predominant hormone environment. Not always, of course. Once again, I have to clarify every time, not always. But that's why it's a distribution, right? It's a probability thing. Probabilistically, there's a bimodal distribution for basically all the ladders, if you will, or the cascade of sex expression, and what ultimately creates like how we would bimodal, not binary, makes sense. Yeah, totally. So yeah, I hope that clarifies a little bit. So I definitely don't think like humans are the be all end all about like judging the innate permutation of our universe, right? Because we're an observer and we have our observer biases. We put things through our own lenses. But generally speaking, chromosomes are fairly bimodal in their distribution. Gonadal expression is primarily bimodal in its distribution. Endocrine behavior, primarily bimodal, although there's probably even a bigger range on that that's in between. And then secondary sex characteristics are definitely bimodal, right? So I don't understand why it is contentious to make a claim that sex is a multidimensional bimodal vector space. Well, yeah, I mean, predominantly bimodal, that's implied. When you say you have a bimodal distribution, that means predominantly bimodal, right? It's like, it's a distribution. It doesn't mean it's always 100% this way. That's what a distribution is. It describes over time how the probability curve changes, or, you know, where that gets placed on the space. Do you know any of the history of what you're discussing? It depends on what you mean. I'm not a sexologist. I never claimed to be. I've done a lot of research trying to make sense of this on my own. I've been experiencing this really bad dysphoria for years that I basically retreated into literature to try to logically understand why I felt the way that I felt. And what I found going through that literature is that it didn't give me that answer at all, but it did teach me a lot about observable evidence. I mean, we have nuclear receptors. Basically, all of our, from what I understand, basically all of our like tissue generation is actually off of a single X chromosome. The Y chromosome is like a tiny little piece of information code that simply encodes the gonads to generate as testes, so that then the testosterone can be in the body for the rest of the body to develop that way, generally speaking. And so like we have these nuclear receptors that basically are part of our like cell reproduction system, and then as based on the hormonal environment, the chemical environment you have in your body, that then translates and triggers those nuclear receptors to transcode and encode your proteins differently, which is why when I start taking estrogen, I start growing breasts, right? It's because when I change the environment inside my body hormonally, it flips those nuclear receptors. So now they're translating off my single X chromosome aligned with as it would be if I had, a female endocrine system, which is what hormones are for, or at least not for, but part of what it's for, Yeah. So, yeah, I hope that makes sense. Like I said, I'm not a sexologist. I'm not pretending to be an authority on this topic. I mean, I'm sharing the knowledge that I've gathered in my experiences going through all of this information, trying to make sense of it for myself. And all I can really do is relay forward to people the information that I've gathered in my journey in hopes that it helps people. I'm not trying to cause division or anything like that. I just think that, yeah. How do people transition before HRT? Different plants and herbs. Different drinking mare piss, That's what Premarin is derived from. The original estrogens from like the 70s and the 80s. It's Premarin. And Premarin is like a distillate of estrogen, or of like estrogen synthesis from mare piss. So older trans people in the old eons would have maybe taken some herb that apparently had feminizing effects. They would have maybe castrated themselves. They would have drank mare piss. Probably some other stuff too. But yeah. Do you think your music background has helped with voice modification? Absolutely. Yeah, pregnant mare piss. That's right. Pregnant horse pee. Yeah, absolutely. It's super helped. I answered that question pretty in depth on my last stream. It's been one of the most important things, period. Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense. I'm going to rewatch the stream. Yeah, yes. And so we're all aware. Okay, cool. I read some stuff on my own, took some relevant courses, but more of a social science angle, so not much on this topic. Yeah, I mean, for me, I spent literally like basically a year and a half obsessively researching sex, dimorphism, bodies, how they develop, why I'm trans. I was trying to look for those answers in the science. And, you know, the answers aren't there. They don't exist in the science there. So, I ultimately left there with not the most fruitful outcome, but I learned a lot more about myself. And in the end, I sort of learned it doesn't really matter why I'm trans. I am trans. That's who I am. So it is what it is, you know? You started Premarin in the late 1980s. That's crazy. That's awesome. That's definitely a blast from the past there. Not gonna lie, I kind of wish the soy estrogen. You're really new here and happy to found your channel. Welcome. And thank you so much for the super chat. It really means a lot. We super appreciate it. Hi, how did you get the idea of becoming a trans? How did you get motivated? It wasn't really like I had to motivate myself. It was kind of like I was motivated by pain. You know, if you're really, really badly hurting, you're going to do whatever you can, or you're either going to give up or you're going to do whatever you can to stop the pain from hurting. So like that was my motivation, was to just stop the pain, make it stop pretty much, but in a way that kept me alive and kept me healthy and kept me functional as a human being. Old trans methods were a JoJo reference. Maribis would have been accessible in horse color. That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it sucks that the Nazis destroyed all the documentation on trans people. It kind of sucks. I'm from Russia, and the topic of trans person doesn't come up. You're a revelation to me. Sorry if it sounds rude, bad in English. Thank you. I wish you good people in life and happiness in general. Thank you so much. And I hope you're well. I take opinions on Ferris Argyle Halloween costume for 12th grade tomorrow. I think that's poggers. Love that for you. Base is agreed. Hops a lot of estrogen. I love when you did a video about Billie Eilish's voice in a music video. I'd be interested in hearing you discuss some other vocalists. Yeah, that'd be cool. Someone's been posting on like the channel for like almost like a year. They're saying you need to do a review of Dinesh. You need to do a review of Dinesh or whatever. And it seems like they might be right. So maybe I'll do some stuff like that. When are we playing Phasmophobia? I'd play tonight. I should really film a YouTube video later so that my editor's got something to work through. Did I hear something about hormone blah blah? It's always been an obsession. It's always interesting some people do so well. Yeah, we talked a little bit about that for sure. I'm so sorry. Why would you feel pain? Well, most people, not all, you don't need dysphoria to be trans, but most people who are trans experience something called gender dysphoria, or sex dysphoria is what I call it for myself. And that just makes it so basically when you like look at your body, or when you imagine your body, or when you exist in the body at all, even if you're not aware of it, if you exist in a body that has sex features that are not aligned with like your internal like identity, you experience a lot of pain and strife and conflict and frustration and anxiety and stress and depression and a lot of issues. And it's a really big issue that our community here has to deal with, because it's the primary motivator for most people who transition. Once again, not all, I know, you don't need it, right? So I don't have to clarify every fringe case possible. But yeah, most people have dysphoria, and it's really agonizing. I really like the discussions and people were legitimately saying wholesome things. I'm really glad to hear that. Black dresses squat up. Poggers. Perfume Genius review. I know I had body dysmorphia all my life until I started transitioning. Body dysmorphia is wild. Doll, could you tell us tea about cishet men in your DMs? What about them? Charge them all. That's all I have to say. To all the younger girls out there who are coming up into their dollhood, charge all the men. Doesn't even matter if they want to say, hey, babe, you're really cute. Don't be like, oh my God, thank you. I really appreciate that. Be like, yeah, I know. And that's why you should send me $15. You should pay me just to compliment me on my beauty. You gotta draw your lines with men. See, cis men will do this thing where they'll try to like pick us up with pity. You know, they'll be like, oh, you're so beautiful for a trans woman. It's like, excuse me? Some of the most beautiful people in the world I know are trans. What are you talking about? Beautiful for a trans woman? What the fuck are you talking about, sir? I don't need anything from you, you know? You want something from me. I don't need anything from you. So, you know, you gotta put men in their place. That's on point. That's fact. Okay, it's very factual, and I need you to keep that in mind at all points in time, because men will always do this little game where they like, they'll sort of like, yeah, men want freebies. Let's put it that way. Okay. Perfect. Reading. There's a bunch of other stuff. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, stickers. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, and thank you for the super chat. And I didn't miss the other person above that, right? Danny, I got you all. Perfect. OnlyFans is popping off for Twitter trans people. OnlyFans is just popping off in general. We live in a society where like we're at like the lowest rate of like everyone having sex, like guy or girl, and like people feel more like alone than ever. So yeah, OnlyFans is a great industry because everyone feels alone and everyone is not exactly sure how to create intimacy between each other. And by everyone, the general everyone, right? On average. Once again, distributions, averages. Yeah, exactly. You think I want your validation and approval? Excuse me, sir. I know I'm beautiful. I don't need you to tell me that. What are you gonna do about it? You know? So yeah, I'm back to say, that's literally what I call Clover. Yes, exactly. That's so funny. Yeah. Ziana is a cis woman running an incredible grift. That's why she keeps cis-planning on Twitter. I love that. That's a good meme. Does the TransVoiceLessons brand accept art gifts? Yeah, absolutely. We'll accept anything, for sure. That's the thing, of course, is an option, but we have to be a bit strict and cannot recommend people to order. But yeah, right. There's a lot of different things. If you guys have your finesse art, then finesse art is wild. Have you experienced or consumed progesterone? Yes, quite a lot of progesterone. Is Ziana on Twitter? Yes, I am. I'd love for you to follow me on Twitter, Anna. Now, just be aware, for anyone who wants to follow me on Twitter, my Twitter's not that serious. I mean, if we just look over a couple of the posts I made today, AI posts, torturing people in The Sims, melee, memes, a picture of a radical terrorist who, the Unabomber, saying we could save her. Shitting on STEM lords, even though I love STEM lords. I love STEM, you know, but so you can't really take like what I post on Twitter that seriously. Like it's a place to have fun, you know? That's the thing. It's like I like posted a meme and people like took it so serious. I'm like, wow, you guys like think like this, you guys think this is like a thesis or like an essay, but it's like me just like shit posting on Twitter. Crazy. What is even Z's Twitter? Here, I'll show you. I'll post it in chat for everyone if you want to follow me. My Twitter's growing. It's kind of crazy. There you go. Twitter. There's my Twitter. But once again, I'm always memeing shit. Like, it's frightening how much we look alike. Well, I hope that's a good thing. I hope you think I look good. So that means you think you look good as well. That'd be awesome. Let's see. Thanks for doing these streams. Of course. I don't interact with many trans folks IRL, so these streams... You know, I hear that a lot. Like, I feel like my space or community or kind of... it kind of exists in a place where a lot of people don't get... a lot of people find it who aren't necessarily part of, like, broader trans spaces, which I think is really interesting. I did not come to the stream to be called out. The problem with that is you've got to, like, maintain a social media presence. Yeah, I agree. I don't like that too much. I take validation and approval via Cash App. What was that tweet I made a while ago? The only thing men need to know about me is my Cash App. Boop, 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 boop. and that is factual. Okay. Round glasses. Yeah, round glasses popped me off to another level. I had like big square ones or like frames or whatever, and they were kind of cool. The Ted Kaczynski tweet was wild. We could have said, dude, I know. I thought that tweet was a banger. I was surprised it didn't do better. I thought it was a banger. Alvin Fly. Did you ever see my Discord message by any chance? Poke it. I think, there's so many things I'm behind on. Poke me again on it. You know what you just reminded me on? Is that I actually need to send 2 universities who hired me this year. I need to send them paperwork so they can pay me. I haven't gotten paid for that. I think you might be one of them, right? I could be wrong. Yeah. So I haven't. So yeah. Blast me on that again. I'm going to get my life in order tomorrow. Maybe I'll see if I can't come across some stimulants, and then maybe I can sit down and finally go through all my emails once and for all, because I can't seem to do it while currently functional. Gosh, I've stayed so distant from Melee. Do you play Rivals of Aether? I don't. It seems really fun though. I would let the chopper bang on that game for sure. Ted Kaczynski. Yeah. Well, you know, Ted Kaczynski was like an egg, right? Ted Kaczynski was a trans woman. We could have saved her. Estrogen could have saved her, and then we never would have had the Unabomber arc, which would have been good, because then we wouldn't have had, civil conflict and people dying innocent lives getting taken. I like your musical texture and microtonality. Thank you. And your humane teacher nature. Thank you so much, Hannah. That really means a lot. I view teaching as kind of a sacred a form. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Anna. I just saw your Twitter message, Anna. I'll reply to you on there, okay? So then we can create that patron discussion that you were talking about. We can talk on there and create some interaction there. I've reached the maximum amount of people I can follow on Twitter, so you had to boot someone? Well, I'm flattered that you would come for me. Are you planning on streaming every Sunday? I never said that. But if you'd be here, if everybody would be here every Sunday, I'd probably stream, yeah. I don't see why not. Hey, Ara, I found you 2 days ago and thought this was cool. More for voice acting, but you seem to know what you're about. Thank you. I appreciate that. I would say that there are many things in this world that I am unsure about, but who I am and what I'm about is not one of those things I'm uncertain about. I would agree with you. I'm very certain about who I am and what I love and what I do. I honestly find almost all internet trans space infuriating. This one's really cool though. It's the automatic assumption of bad faith interpretation. That is the thing that hurts me the most about it, because it's I don't know, I wish we could just be more empathetic during our communication and conversations. What's your thoughts on this characters in The Sims 4 knowing how to get out of a pool with a ladder? That's fucking crazy. I made a banger Sims tweet. Maybe you saw it. Some girl, I sent her a meme about The Sims, and she's like, how do you know you're not already in my Sims world? I was like, oh shit, she's got me in her Sims world. Things are getting serious now. That's crazy, right? I was watching a stream and saw the woke Sigma fan. That's so stupid. I saw it, I was like, what the fuck? It's so random. It was recommended to me. Or no, I think I got tagged in it. Never mind. I was like, what the fuck? This is so random. Not gonna lie, I don't even know what to think about the Unabomber being trans, considering how irony-laden the topic is. I know, but it's true. There's actual proof that, or maybe proof, let's say proof with an asterisk. Proof is in, the Washington Post reported it in 1997 or whatever. So, if you trust, official media sources, or you at least think that they get that fact right, then we can say that there's proof. So, basically, she tried to, I use feminine pronouns for Kaczynski, but is that problematic? Am I going to get canceled if I use she, her for Ted Kaczynski? Or, I never thought about that. Is that a bad thing? Anyways, so she apparently was reaching out about getting estrogen treatments in the 1980s or 70s or something. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, she wanted estrogen. Let's see. I prefer playing Samus. I'm a Falco. Hired by university? Slay. Just did. Okay, thank you so much, Alvin. I appreciate that. I really need to get on that, because I'm like, why the fuck am I not doing that? There's a bazillion other things that I've been needing to do that I haven't done, that's been going on forever. And that's one of them that's been on the mind lately. So I'm going to set aside time and make sure I get to that tomorrow. I pretty much have to. Okay. Z breaks bad. Breaks bad. The Unabomber TV. There's a TV show? I open Twitter and see... I wasn't talking about feet on Maine. Iggy? No, I wasn't. Wait, were you the person who tagged me and said, no cap on Maine or some shit like that? Was that you that said that? Or someone said something funny. I was like, wait, what? Oh, no. It was someone named Monkey Fist. They're like, on Maine? You don't know if it's a joke. It's a parody. E-stimulus. I don't know. Where do I find you on Discord? I have a Patreon Discord right now. I might open it to the public in the future. I've been thinking about it more and more lately. Just because I feel like the support has been amazing, and it's like, why not, just connect everything together more. Let's see. But early on, there was more of a purpose for that. Wow, it's awesome to learn more about you. That's wild. Damn, that's honestly fucking iconic. That's like so iconic. Okay. Let me scroll down here. I'm losing where I'm at. That's like iconic as hell, Anna. I just read what you wrote. That's crazy. Okay, let's see here. So I'm unsure if someone's attracted to you. I'm unsure if they perceive me as a trans girl or a cis girl. If someone was attracted to you, they're attracted to you. I say vibe with it. If they like you, cool. If you're in a safe environment, maybe tell them and then judge how it goes. Sunday isn't real, Z. You can't gaslight me. Facts. Did you run ads on your stream? I don't know. Let's check it. I'm running ads now. I did an ad insert. Did it work? Tell me if anyone got ads. What if I happens to click it again if I spam you with ads? Ad. Combining methods such as patches, gels, stimulating peak. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, like that seems like very custom in that sense. My vocal therapist sent me a link to one of your videos. Well, great to have you here. Welcome. She was very right wing. Yeah, I know. Kaczynski was very right wing, but it was more like they were. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, they were right wing, but they were more like anti-left wing. They were very much like reactionary. They were anti-industrial. So we could say like yes, they're right wing in that sense, but at the same time, we tend to think of like right wing as like industrial, right? Like wanting big business, capital, blah, 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 right? So I think it's important to understand there's very sort of specific factions under that, like right wing in general. And Kaczynski was very much an anti-industrialist anarchist, pretty much, an anarcho-primitivist. So like definitely had some weird views on like leftists and liberals in general. Like if you read what Kaczynski wrote, I've read Kaczynski's manifesto, like the Unabomber manifesto. Like they wrote some like weird shit about like people. So I don't know, they're kind of wild and crazy, but it's a fun read, and by fun I mean like it's an interesting read. Let's see. Hickey, don't you talk about that here, damn you. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh my god, I haven't checked this channel in such a long time. Oh my god, you're so cute. Oh my god, everything's going so well. Thank you, TFCH. Everything is going pretty well. I appreciate that so much. Oh, you tagged me in it, Darvis. Okay, good. All right. Thank you for letting me know. That was great. I'm glad you let me know that was out there. Okay. Gets canceled twice in one day. I know. Theodora Kaczynski. Yeah, I was thinking a name like that too. Pog stream to come home with. Hi, Isabel. Welcome. Theodora. Okay, wait, hold on. I've got some. Okay, perfect. There we go. DMs are building. Good. That person, good. Per snaps. Ooh, one of my friends just messaged me and said, perhaps a little melee? Huh? Let me send a little question mark here and go, perhaps a little melee. Ooh. Sounds hot and sexy. Let me get my assless chaps on. Let me get my assless chaps on for the occasion. That's how I DM, by the way, folks. If you've ever wondered, it's right there. Let me get them assless chaps on, get my melee ready for later on, go to chopper bang, turn music super loud, and do Falco combos and get really, really baked. There you go. That's how DMs work with me. Surely it's a parody. It is, Choco. It's a parody. Okay, hold on. I can't help but read the feet posts. Hold on. What was that? Z feet posting? Shrewtile is right. I'm not believing what's happening. It's all a joke. I would love to join the Z Discord. We'd love to have you. Right now it's a Discord thing. Like I said, I might be opening it to the public soon. I don't see why not. I've been thinking more and more about it, but I haven't done that, and it'll require me to do some moving things around. So that might be a little bit later, but you're totally welcome to join off the Discord, off the Patreon or whatever. It's really weird when people decide trans people who done generally terrible things should be misgendered. Yeah, I think it's kind of weird too. I agree. Let's see what my friend said. Per snaps a little melee. Sounds hot and sexy. Let me get my assless chaps. They said, okay, great. Okay. Z, keep off Weavy. I don't go there. No. I'm more of an in-person kind of gal. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm just in defeat for the clout. It's not actually a real thing. It's just for the jokes and stuff. I think it's a great meme. Yeah, Anne, that's what I've worried about too. Okay, so the reason why I do have that like paywall on my Discord is like in the past, like it's been a great deterrent for keeping trolls, haters, transphobes out. Like, because people could easily find this thing, like post it on like Kiwi Farms or post it on like whatever. Then there'd be like a storm of all these transphobes in there that like it would be hard to censor and block and silence. And they could say all this hateful shit. Right now, the server is like super chill. It's been super chill for a while. We had conflicts in like 2020, but since then it's pretty much been like pretty chill. So we don't really have conflicts in there very often, and I'm really concerned about opening it up like more publicly, because then there's like more moderation that's required, and it's hard to avoid strategic harassment. This channel does get harassed, like rated by like, you know, like Poll and like different people on the internet at different times. Oftentimes what'll happen is like my video will get posted somewhere in like a conservative space or whatever, and then like there'll just be a bunch of hateful comments. So I feel like if it was just like Discord join here link, people could like join it, and it would create a lot of issues. And I feel there's a lot of really vulnerable people in my community who enter the community because they really need a support network, because they're like they don't have anywhere else like space wise to explore this, and I'm really concerned about potentially crossing streams with transphobic people. Okay, let's see. What's favorite? I fell into a worse depression and stopped working on voice, but I'm coming back to it. Thank you for your pedagogical engagement. Natalie, thank you so much. And, you know, I just think it's really important that we always keep in mind that falling off the wagon and then coming back to it is a really normal process. That's a natural and healthy part of growth. And so definitely don't let that, like, guilt or anything build up in such a way that, like, you know, overcomes you or prevents your growth, because it's a natural part of growth. I also I love the Z the doll posting. Thank you. Oh God, I got a political ad for a conservative. Someone's been watching a little bit too much Jordan Peterson on YouTube. Hey, you know what? Can we talk about this like alt-right pipeline or whatever the fuck people call it or some shit? I like watched like one fucking video of like Bill Maher talking to like someone else. And last night I left my YouTube on for like an hour or two, and I came back and it's like a Jordan Peterson lecture. Tell me how the fuck everything ends up on a Jordan Peterson lecture. Like you click like one fucking thing. It's not even like you click like David Zukowski or whatever, or Zawalski. He's like that, like the like leftist lib guy or whatever, right? Or I think that's who he is. Like you can go to like the most like basic like political stream. Give it 2 hours. You're gonna end up on a Jordan Peterson fucking video. I don't understand like how the algorithm does it, but it's crazy, the pipeline. It's like straight to Jordan Peterson every time. Did you start your voice training with a coach? No, I coached myself. I figured it out on my own. And then went back over the process and then codified what I did, and then got help codifying even better from my awesome team, and we've been crushing it ever since. You got a conservative fear mongering. A lot of political ads. Yeah, you guys get a lot of political ads. That's crazy. That's crazy. Up yours, you woke moralists. I got to work on that a little better for TikTok. Opening up Discord is not good. Yeah, if you try to run this every weekend, I'll come if I'm awake. Awesome, thanks, Anna. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, Anne. But it's a weird situation because I also want like it to be like more open, you know what I mean? But it's like, I don't know. It's a weird. I agree with that so much. So he's up yours woke moralist is one of the greatest thing ever. Wait, what did someone just say? It's like woke moralist arc has been crazy. Dude, I agree, Darvis. Is it me or is like Jordan Peterson unhinged? he's off the handle. Like, I don't even know. He's so unhinged. Like, I saw some things and he's just going crazy. I used to have issues where I didn't think I was pretty, but then looking at how pretty you are and realizing how close our appearances are led me to actually believe what people say when people say I'm pretty. Well, I'm glad that helps you. Wikipedia, philosophy, YouTube. Okay. Jordan Peterson's on the grind. He has a new speech every day. His speeches are always the same rigmarole. Another trans YouTuber. You feel cursed hearing Ziana's Peterson? Yeah. Okay, a little bit more music. I hate the Andrew Tate stuff. That stuff's cringe. But Clover didn't leave. But I can't do a Clover didn't leave. This is purgatory. Okay, how about this? I'll play a little bit of piano. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do an amazing Jordan Peterson voice. I think I'll actually learn one. Watch this. Next time I live stream, you're gonna be blown away. Okay, so I'll play a little bit of music. We'll wind down the stream a little bit. And here we go. So let me get this situated right a little bit. A little more like that. Okay. Oops. I kind of want, it's like quiet in here. You know, I was kind of vibing when I was doing it earlier. These like singing with the brass. I don't know what C-bat is. I don't know what C-bat is. You keep saying it. I don't know it. I don't know what C-bat is. In Brazil. Oh my god, she plays the piano so well. Translating I stand. Thank you. I appreciate that. Need to learn piano? I believe piano's amazing. This intro reminds me of Alright. Ooh, I like that. How about this one? Maybe this one will remind you of something. Wait. Maybe. Hold on. I feel like I learned this the other day and I can't remember it. What was it? No, I played that earlier. That's the voicing on Kendrick Lamar's. He uses a lot of these voicings now. On his new album, The Pianist on the album. What happened? What's going on? Oh god, what's going on? Music, what people? Oh my god, GM. Oh, okay. Got you. So I should not look up C-bat, is what you're saying. That seems to be the consensus. that's hard. Fuck, that's hard. Woo! That's a cooker right there. That's a hard one. Woo! That'll fry my hands. Woo! That was a hard one. I think it's like 11 or something. That's tough right there. It's that's a rhythm for it. Fuck. Ooh, okay. Starting to warm up a little bit. I kind of like this one. To do a lot of rhythmic stuff, but you know, I started out as a rhythmist. I can tap like it's no one's business. You feel me? Can you break out the Lumitone? I really want to. I don't have it set up right now because I'm in the process of reorganizing studio stuff. A rhythminer, yeah, absolutely. I mean, all the rhythms. I'll tap a little bit on my legs. starting with the single strokes. And then if I double it, and then I can like subdivide that. However you want to divide that. I like to do these modulation switches in time. So it's like shot to get in, da to get in, da to get in, da to get in, taka 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 I could go all day long. I love rhythms. Play Meshuggah Bleed. I used to play it on drums. You know, I grew up as a progressive metal drummer, right? So Bleed was one of those things as a teenager. I was like, gotta learn Bleed. Yeah, that's pretty much Bleed. The little hemiolas. Or those are the hertzas. I think those are hertzas or something. Not hemiolas, hertzas. Yeah, hertzas. I forget, whatever. They're the like nested threes with twos in the middle. Dot to get it, dot to get it, dot to get it, dot to get it, yeah, it's interesting you say I have a feeling you'd love the 2007 vocal Cadets 2000 break. I was wondering if anyone was going to guess any marching band just because it kind of sounds like tenors. I was kind of moving like tenor type beats. Ooh, I miss doing tenor. Sorry, I just love rhythm. I feel like I've never like done that on stream before, so it feels like good to like let some rhythm out because I'm such a rhythmic person. Cancel. Better than Buddy Rich? Not clickbait? Well, thanks, Johannes Kepler. A big fan of your theories. Big fan of your theories, Kepler. Thanks for your contributions. Okay, folks, it's about time to wrap up. Coming up on 4 hours. I think it was a great stream. I had a lot of fun. Got some music out. Got some energy out that I needed to get out. You should stream every Sunday. Yeah, I mean, if people show up, I definitely would, you know. It seems like it's doable. Ooh, I love this song. Beautiful love, beautiful love, Ooh, I like that. I was trying to do a half step down. I was like, it was weird. I was thinking somewhere else. I was thinking somewhere else. What was I thinking? I wasn't thinking that. Somewhere my brain was taking me that wasn't down by a half step, that's for sure.
Well, that's a good jam. Yeah, that's a nice one, huh? It was familiar. I was just making it up off the top of my head. It was just improvised. All of it was improvised. That was pretty though. This little thing here. I don't even know I was playing. Thank you, everyone. That was a nice little jam. Wow. That's where the spirit starts to come through a little bit there. I don't know. It was one of those zoned out type beats. You know what I'm saying? I know it's all a matter of passion, but you're truly amazing. Thank you, Lyra. I really appreciate that. And I'm very thankful to have so many people who want to listen. Thanks, Bob Smith. Much appreciated. I hope you're doing well. I saw the chaos on Twitter. I hope you're doing good and everything's going well with you and that you're safe. It's a process. It does take a lot of work. Sounding sensual seems to be elevated by sounding more breathy. I would agree with that. Lots of reasons why. Sounds like something from anime. I could see that totally. Yeah, it's got some similar harmony. It almost reminds me of like some Studio Ghibli type beats. Being able to improvise as a musician is so much fun. Yeah, it's like my passion pretty much. Like I'm not a huge fan of like reading other people's sheet music or like learning notes and stuff like that. You know, like it's cool. Like I can do some of that. Where did you get that checkered dress from Insta? Which one? I've got a couple checkered dresses. Damn, that was a nice little jam, huh? Hello, it's me. Hi there. I got like a little zit here. Look at that little thing. My eyeliner looks better from this angle. Okay, dope. You see this little zit? Isn't that sad? That's what I get from wearing full coverage. I should never wear full coverage. My makeup looks kind of good today, sort of. I'm getting a lot better at doing makeup, sort of. Sheesh. Okay. You are getting some banana tonight. What do you mean by that? Like actual banana? Thank you, Jolene. I appreciate that. Your lessons really helped me pass better. I love that. Oral tretinoin. That's crazy. I didn't even know that was like a thing. I guess I did know it was a thing. Yeah. It's for like acne and stuff, right? My hair won't stay out of my face. It's annoying as fuck. I have like way too much hair. You know, at one point I was balding. Did you guys all know that about me? Not anymore, clearly. But at one point. It was crazy. It's weird. Okay, I should probably wrap up. Did you forget to order food? No, my food's here. I've just been sitting here. What's your favorite Ghibli movie? That's fucking tough. Would I be a fake fan if I said, damn, I don't know. They're all so fucking good, to be honest. I need to watch more. I haven't seen all of them. I'm not like a super fan, but I've seen Spirited Away. I've seen Howl's Moving Castle. I've seen Mononoke. I've seen Porco Rosso. I've seen, I think I need to watch the one that starts with an N. What's it called? Nausicaa. I think I need to watch Nausicaa. Then I can really be on the next energy wavelength powers. Nausicaa. Yeah, exactly, Choco. That's it. Yeah, I see you there. Nausicaa's your favorite? We should watch Nausicaa together, Choco. I really make a coworker who refused. You look like a woman. Oh my god, how you did it. That's cool. Yeah. Hopefully I look like a woman after all this shit. Food update, Z. My food's here. It's sitting outside. Okay. Are you using the Powers Fancy Hairspray or is that all they eat? No, it's a hair transplant. I got a hair transplant at Dr. Gable.
You wouldn't know now. You look incredible. Thank you. Pompoko? Zia, watch Kaguya. Nausicaa is great. You should definitely watch it. I'm down. Miss you. Miss, you are super gorgeous. I wish to be so pretty in the future too. Well, thank you. Have you watched JoJo? No, I kind of want to. Your auntie Spirited Away. Spirited Away is so cute though. I love it. I've been trying to see if I can mask my voice, but it sounds too thick, puffy, yawny. Yeah, try to make your mouth. Well. Ooh, that's tough. I actually don't feel comfortable giving necessarily advice for that without hearing the quality itself. But if it sounds like that typically means you're not generating enough weight. Usually, it depends on the axis that you're kind of approaching it from. But generally speaking, if you sound all like hooty or kind of like yawny or thick or puffy, you probably need more vocal weight. I assume you're transmasculine. It seems like based on what you're saying, and in that case, like one of the bigger challenges for transmasculine voices in general is like generating that weight and bringing the pitch and the fundamental low enough to support everything. So I would be mostly focused in that domain, but it just depends. I'd have to obviously hear more of it. But Kiki's delivery service is so cute. I love the music from Kiki's. How tall are you? 5'6". I think I'm 5'7" now, though. I feel taller. What's your rap name? Okay, what's my rap name? Old memers will literally know me by Lil Turt. Choco, you remember Lil Turt? Choco knows Lil Turt for sure. Sheesh. Of course you know Lil Turt. Lil Turt, no! Lil Turt, like a turtle. Actively pursuing hair transplant. Yeah, it's super sensitive. Agreed. Why don't you do voiceover for Nintendo's video games for girl characters? Because right now I spend most of my time doing work for the trans community, and I'll do that until the trans community decides they don't want me anymore. But there's not really, I don't have such a point in like doing voice acting stuff just because it takes a lot of time. And right now I get to work with the community and help people in our space, which is really, really awesome. So I like being able to do that. But yeah, no, eventually, let's say the trans voice thing, I don't know, stops or I take a break from it or something. Dude, I'll be able to do voice acting work for the rest of my life. I can play like every character. You know what I mean? Like, phew. Voice actors should be scared of me entering the voice acting industry. You guys know I've been on testosterone for 3 months. Do I look like it? I've been on testosterone for 3 months. I feel so alpha. Let's go. I know, right? 3 months testosterone? Why? I'm banking sperm. Your arms looked bulkier? Yeah, it's because I'm on testosterone right now. I've been off estrogen for 3 months. It's cool. Why? Do I feel different? Yeah, I mean that's what has prompted a lot of my like Twitter shit posts. I feel completely different. Fuck yeah, I do. Way different. Like, so different. I can't even describe it. Why do you think she's banking sperm? For kids. As if you couldn't get hotter. How's your skin so clear on testosterone? Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. My facial hair is regrowing. My body hair is regrowing. I lost all my fat distribution. My boobs have been fine. Definitely completely different sex drive, completely different everything there. My body odor is different. Does it give you dysphoria? Yeah, it did for a while and it still does, but it's under bay. Like I'm basically prioritizing my ability to have children in the future for like the short term. Are you taking Clomid? No. Where'd you get that black and white checkered dress? I think I got that one from Dolls Kill in like 2018 before I knew they were like a shitty website or whatever. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is straight after I get I give my sample Tuesday. So hopefully I'll be off HRT maybe like another like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then are you actively taking T or just going off E? I went off E, went off block. Do you feel all out of whack with testosterone back? Fuck yeah, I do. I feel like I look like a man. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm looking at myself right now. Ugh, I look like a man. Ew. But it is what it is. I was way hotter in August. Maybe not. My hair's kind of dope now. But it is what it is. Oh, T would drive me into a crisis episode. You're amazing for making sacrifices for the kids. Thank you. I mean, it's just one of those things where, like, I feel like it's one of the hardest decisions you can have with your partner in the future is about children. And as a trans person, it's even harder. I used to think I didn't want children, but I don't want to take away the opportunity of my potential future partner who loves me, who maybe wants children. I don't want to take away the opportunity of them having children with me. And so I'm going to bank it so that I just don't have to worry about it, you know? In the future, if I need it, it's there. If I don't, it's not there, you know? Or I mean, it's there for me if I don't need it. So it's been really challenging. But I think it's funny you notice that my arms were bigger. They definitely are. Also, a weird thing is my ass has gotten bigger. And I haven't been working out my butt, but like, I don't know how to describe it. My butt's way bigger. So I'm wondering if there's almost like a thing to do where like go off estrogen, lift weights, build a big butt, then go back on estrogen and keep it. Because I feel like my butt is way bigger on testosterone. But I also feel like my tummy is not as cute. I feel like my tummy is more like, I don't know, it's like pudgy or something. It's weird. I don't know how to describe it. Proof of the butt? Yeah, right. But proof? Shut up, Choco. I can see you having a daughter. You'd be an amazing mother. Thank you. I definitely feel like I'll be an amazing parent. I'm going to take great care of my children. And I'm going to give them the life I wish I would have had. For sure. Get in the gym and take advantage of it. I'm honestly enjoying it. Well, here's the thing. I like psychedelics. I like drugs. And so it's kind of like me going off estrogen is like a psychedelic trip report. You know how people will take like acid and they'll like write about like what they experienced and like what they observed and stuff like that. I'm doing that with testosterone right now. I'm doing a trip report basically. I've been taking notes of everything I've been feeling, and it's crazy. Honestly, I think what I'm going to start doing is once a year I'm going to go off estrogen for 2 months. That's what I'm going to start doing, because none of the negative effects really came in until month 3 off estrogen. But by month 2, there was an awesome effect that I really liked. And so, so I think it'd be really cool to like cycle testosterone once every 2 years, or no, sorry, once every like maybe like 2 months out of the year. I think would be really cool. Do you feel like you used to prior to Cheers are different? Very different, very different, very very different. What was the effect that I liked? I liked being hypersexual. I feel like I have not been that sexual or even remotely sexual for like years. And I loved feeling like a spiritual connection to my sexuality as a being and a person. And I felt that there was this sense of there's this sense of drive and motivation and like momentum that I feel in pursuing that. And I can sublimate that energy into productivity and sublimate that energy into creative endeavors, right? So it's like, if I have this like crazy top arc, you're like years late on that, my friend. Z's been on a top arc forever. So, at least since I stopped dating men, the top arc is full effect for sure. Well, see, I thought so too, anonymous person. I mean, if you would go back and you look at my internet posts in like 2017, you'd see the exact same thing. But I guess like something's happened in my life. Like now, I guess I was never like a very sexual person before I transitioned. And then I wasn't after I transitioned that much, at least. And I guess what I didn't realize is that for a lot of like average society, sex is a need. You know what I mean? It's like a very visceral, like, it's like a driver. And that's never been a driver for me. It's never been a big issue for me or a big point for me. And so it's kind of eye-opening to experience that for the first time and be like, okay, this is what like other people are like going around feeling. You know what I mean? So I'm mirroring my camera again too. Hold on one second. I feel weird not looking at myself in a mirror. I feel like I look so weird. Oh. Now you see what I see when I look in the mirror. I think this looks much better. Music request, paparazzi. Never want to get off the E train. I'm never gonna stop. Well, I just said I would maybe, but let's just say I'm looking forward to getting all my progress back. Okay, I feel like I've lost a lot of progress, and it's going to require me to get more facial, laser hair removal and stuff. But it'll be good. It'll be good. I like the idea of never having to stress about it. Like, I talked to Dr. Powers because he's my doctor. I talked to Dr. Powers, and his idea was like, you know, once I find a partner, then tell him that I need to, you know, go off, and then we'll do it that way. But I just hated this idea of like waiting for the hypothetical future where I have a partner I want to do this with, and then I stop there. It just doesn't make sense. So when I was moving, I didn't take estrogen for like a month on accident just because I didn't have my medicine with me. And then I was like, you know what? I've already gone a month. Why waste this time? Why not take advantage of this time and just go another 2 months and then bank the sperm, and then you're good. So that's kind of why I'm off estrogen. Sex is just advertisement. It's not really necessary. Only when you start a family does sex make sense. I don't think sex is just advertisement. I think sex is like a really fundamental thing for a lot of people, and it gives them like both like spiritual fulfillment and some sexual need fulfilled. I think it's more fundamental for most people. Yeah, I can't relate to that, Dissociated Press. I'd prefer adopting, to be honest. I can kind of feel that, but there's something to me about like, I don't know. I think I'm a pretty weird person. Like, I think I'm categorically a very weird person in a lot of ways. I think I'm a very unusual person. I've been very unusual all my life. I was noted to be unusual when I was like in elementary school and preschool and middle school and high school and college and apparently on the internet now. So I've been noted to be unusual, and I feel like part of that is me. And I feel like I want to, if I do have a child, I want that child to have whatever, you know, weirdness is, whatever meanness, or I know I am the summation of my culture, actions, history, life. It's not like genetics make me like all who I am or whatever, but I do feel like I really want to have a kid that's my own, because I'm afraid that there's some missing part about who I am that I want to move forward with, I guess. You know? It's a weird thing. It's not for... it's weird. You're pretty kooky, but so are most of us. Facts. Hi, your lessons help me a lot with practicing my voice. They help a lot. I really love them. Thank you. I'm glad to help you. Yeah, my body still produces testosterone naturally when it's not blocked. I was on HRT for about 6 years before this. Electrolysis is more effective. Thank you all for work. Thank you. Thanks, Bob Smith. Only electrolysis is guaranteed to be permanent. Yeah. Are you a Cancer in astrology? No, I'm a quadruple Sagittarius and a Leo. So I'm pretty much all fire. I hope you find that spiritual longing you're looking for. Thank you. Me too. I'm looking hard. I'm trying to find it. Maybe I shouldn't look hard, but it's one of those things that definitely get me. Relationships are kind of interesting and weird, and I think I'm getting better at them, but quadruple Sagittarius, yeah. What AA do you take? None right now, but I usually take bicalutamide when I am taking AAs. I find morning journaling... Chris, it's so funny you say that. I was just literally just about to buy a morning journal. I saw some other girl using one that had like daily affirmations, like daily goals, like, and I was like, you know what? Like, I think that would help me a lot. Just, you know, coming back to it. Thank you so much, B. Dixon. It really means a lot. Sagittarius for the win. Agreed, Morgan. I agree completely. I find morning drilling... I'm an earth sign. I'm a Virgo. Ooh, ooh. That makes sense. Yeah, I can see that. You're fantastic. Thank you so much. You play piano and guitar as well. I think we are glitchy Matrix clones. Yeah, maybe. I play everything, though. I mean, I can't... Any instrument that exists, I'll play it. You know, I want to touch all instruments. What form of estradiol were you taking bicalutamide with? Estradiol Valerie injections. I was doing once every 4.5 days. Honestly, I just got lazy with injections, and then time passed, and it was really rough. And then it was like time passing, Not me saying Twomby. Yeah, so get all those insurance in MySpace blocks. Yeah, I'm down to jam. Let's go. Let's run it. The idea is 3 pages every morning. That's fucking crazy. I can't do that. That's sheesh. I'm lucky to get 2 tweets a morning. You know what I'm saying? I know a couple of trans women that plan on stopping HRT when they're around menopause age, because it's what that is like. That's funny. What is the Twitter? I'll post my Twitter. My Twitter is like a shitpost thing though, so don't cancel me. I can't believe I almost got canceled earlier. It was crazy. I was literally like out and about, and I saw these like people like retweeting me. I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now? There's that. I'm an Aries. That makes perfect sense. 3 pages easier than you think? I was just thinking like 3 affirmations, you know, like I am beautiful, I love myself, gonna be a great day, and then like 3 little goals, like what I want to achieve today, and then like 3 like things I'm grateful for, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, that sounds good, Twomby. Super afraid of needles. Z more controversial now than Kanye West. That's fucking funny. Yeah. Sagittarius hours. True. My food's here outside my door. I need to go eat it. I got some bomb-ass Indian food. And I don't want to get too cold. Although technically I've got tools to heat that up with. Microwaves. Okay, folks. I'm going to run an ad. You look like a woman elf. Ooh, thank you. That's one of the greatest compliments you could give me. I'm running ads first, baby. Don't forget to click that like button. We're running ads, baby. I'm going to double click that motherfucking button. Ads, baby. We're running fucking ads. What happens if I click the ad button like 5 times in a row? Do you all just get bombarded with fucking ads? How much money do I make every time I click this button? Yeah, FMQ, just getting ready to wrap up the stream. Next time, though. So, tell me if you got an ad. Sophia Mendez, do you mean like why are my voice lessons expensive, or do you mean like why are voice lessons in general expensive? So think about it this way. So for me, I've told this a bunch. You know, my wait list got to be like over like 9,500 people, way too many people. So I got rid of a wait list, and then I allow people to just book their slots, and it's just based on supply and demand. I can't create more of myself. I can't have more of me. I can't give more hours of my life to people unless I charge an adequate rate that is like fairly captured by the demand and supply curve. So my lessons are expensive because I exist in an inelastic supply, which means it's impossible for me to generate more of myself basically, and the demand basically stays high. So there ends up, if you know a little bit about macroeconomics or microeconomics, you'll know that if the supply is inelastic and the demand continues to increase or stays the same, naturally that shifts the supply and demand curve up and to the right, which increases the price and the value. So that's why my lessons are so expensive. Of course, we have other options, like our group classes are like $70 a lesson, averages out to. And at that point, I mean, that's like medium average price of like a voice therapy teacher or a voice coach, I guess. A specialist, actually. That's like a lower price for a specialist. Voice therapists will charge to insurance anywhere between $120 to $250. It just depends. I mean, I think Vivian offers lessons on our website starting at like 70. Clover's at like 110 or something, 120. I definitely am most expensive for sure, probably in the whole space. And then our group classes are a much more affordable option for people, which is what we're trying to, you know, encourage people to take if they feel like the cost prohibits them from accessing those resources other ways. So yeah, that's why. It's just I'm a single human being. I only have so many hours a week I can teach people. There's a lot of people who want to take lessons, and so price goes up. That's kind of how it works. Let's see here. But now I'm creating that voice class on Patreon. So I mean, for, you know, $5 a month, you can access a voice class eventually. You know, I haven't launched that yet. It'll probably be launched maybe late November. Late November probably seems like a good time for that. Probably around there. And I mean, that's going to be great value. I mean, if a group class once a week is like 7 or like averaged out to that group class, you can't really beat the price on that. It's like $5 to be like taught voice modification. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, for sure. Like, that's the thing is, like, I certainly enjoy, like, you know, having a good income, but I don't enjoy charging that much money. It kind of sucks because, like, it actually sucks because it stops me from being able to teach music theory, because there's so many people who want to take music theory classes with me, but I can't sell my time for any less than what people are willing to pay for it. And so I can't just like but no one wants to pay so much money for a music theory class, like that price, and I wouldn't either. So it creates a weird situation where I've basically been priced out of my own other interests because of my voice lessons, which kind of sucks. So that's crazy, Alyssa. Holy shit. That's pretty funny, Bob Smith. I like that comment. Lol. What does Z stand for in Z lesson? Ziana. Why not turn the students that change their voice successfully into teachers? Because not everyone wants to teach this stuff. I'm doing some of that already. I mean, Vivian was a student who's now a teacher. There's another person that we're currently training that's going to be another teacher. But you have to understand that I only would ever want to work with and employ and represent on TransVoiceLessons the absolute best in the world who do this. So it's kind of hard to, like, if someone successfully changes their voice, that doesn't make them a competent teacher. That doesn't make them a quality teacher. And I only ever want to offer the absolute best possible quality. So it takes a lot. It takes a lot of my own time investment and training, even after a teacher, because there's a difference between like getting your voice good enough to where it's working for you in your day-to-day life, and then developing the entire knowledge and multidisciplinary intersection to be a great teacher in this field, you know? So it's not that simple. But yeah, working on training other people for sure. We're going to be creating a more formal program for that eventually. Oh, Lili, that's so wonderful. So this was work in progress 2 years, getting ready for my top surgery. Congrats on the top surgery. That's awesome. Good. Totally going to pay for music theory lessons. I'd love to teach you music theory lessons. Yeah, absolutely. I love teaching music. If you're a student who wants to take music theory lessons, I would love for that. You should go eat your food. Yeah, I agree. Okay. So StarCraft Brood War was good then, Z. Even CNC was one what? Love that. Yes, StarCraft Brood War is like the greatest game ever created. Yeah, Z, go eat. Have you ever done surgical corner lip for lifts? Corner lift for lips. Is that like this? No, is that a surgery? Because I'd love to get that. I'd love to lift the corner of my lips a little more. Okay. The Lyra TVL apprenticeship, that'd be poggers. I'm not opposed to that. I have a question. Is it typical to have some breakthrough moment where you suddenly can hear the voice you're trying to achieve, or do you trust the process? A little bit of both. I'd trust the process and keep going no matter what, but appreciate breakthroughs when they arrive. The process does tend to be very plateauy and jumpy for people, though, so you can be aware of that. Can you solve a Rubik's Cube? Not anymore, but when I was 15 years old, I could solve a Rubik's Cube in like 18 seconds or something like that. I don't know. I used to be a speed cuber when I was a kid. I also used to be a yo-yoer and a professional Halo 2 player. So, who do you play in StarCraft? Terran, but I've switched to Zerg in the last year, only because I want to learn a new race. I'd love to learn and teach. Yeah, that'd be great. We're definitely looking to build more like that over time. I don't know about that, Vio Mersarda. Have you heard any songs by Paul Shapiro? Nope, never. Zerg Supremacy, Poggers, Yoing's a lot of fun. Okay, everyone, my food is outside. My food's been outside for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah, StarCraft in 2022 FPR for me is watching Artosis. Yeah, no, I still watch. I watch all of it. Yeah, Artosis. I'm actually one of Artosis's longest subbed Twitch subscribers. Isn't that crazy? I'm one of Artosis's longest Twitch subscribers because I support Melee and I support Brood War. Your poor food. Bye, Z. Okay. All right, everyone. Goodbye. Lovely stream. Okay. Take care. Hey, wait, before I go, press that like button. If you haven't pressed that like button yet, press it now. Ding, 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 ding. And also leave a funny comment on the video. That helped a lot last time. It was also super poggers, super funny. There were a lot of good memes that came out of it. Post your best. Here's the challenge. Post your best meme on the comments to this stream afterwards. Post your best meme, and the winner will get a prize next time I stream. I promise you that. Okay? Bye, everyone. Lovely as always. Take care. Let's see those memes, and have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.